I just want to spend Thanksgiving Day with food and my family, without being accused of celebrating native casualties. We got so divided, it's black and white and political. Republicans are bigots, libtards if you're liberal. There's riots in our streets and it's just getting worse. Y'all screaming deep on the police, y'all are genius for sure. They're underfunded already, they're way too busy to work. Order food and call the cops, see what reaches you first. Segregation ended, that's a lie in itself. That was a strategy to make us think they were trying to help. They knew that racism was hot if they designed it to sell. We buy up every single box and divide us ourselves. They so fake woke, flags don't care about feelings. They know they won't tell me what to believe in. It isn't working. That's like sleeping with a football team to try and be a virgin. Politicians are for sale and someone
guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought,
by the military-industrial complex.
Our toil, resources, and livelihood are all involved. So is the very structure of our society. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist. We must never let the weight of this combination endanger our liberties or democratic processes. We should take nothing for granted. Only an alert and knowledgeable citizenry can compel the proper meshing of the huge industrial and military machinery of defense with our peaceful methods and goals.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Sunday edition of the BERGY-BIT. Don't normally do one on Sunday. Hope everybody had a wonderful Christmas. Pretty cool here. Got to see my kids. Well, Sarah was that kind of got mixed, but I got a hug a Christmas hug coming to me on that one. She had to tend to the dogs. But shall we play a game of coin? Nice. You'll notice I've got some pizza here. If you are a vegan, you may want to close your eyes on that. It's like, I think it's the Carnivora, I believe, with Country Pizza in, so it's actually really good. But no, I hope everybody had a great Christmas. And I tried to stay away from social media largely. I definitely tried to stay away from taking any pot shots at anybody as much as possible, because it's kind of how you should do it, I think, on Christmas. Even on the battlefield, at least on the battlefield, historically, you'll find some of the greatest battles kind of stop on both sides for Christmas. Salt of the Earth 07, driving from MSSC. Well, drive safely there. HIP had a interesting weekend, but everything turned out well there. Thank God, right? And Southern Charms. Santa gave her a little stocking stuffing. Can't remember what was it named after? I can't remember the name of her dog. It was after my friend who's the stripper, Maggie. Maggie. That's how I remember Southern Charm's dog's name, after the stripper tarot card reader that I know. So that's cool. But no, really good stuff. Sorry, I've got like meat lovers in my teeth here. Really good stuff though, right? And you know, we got a long show tonight. I wanted to go through this Shadowgate review from back in it was about a week after I'm going to put my phone on DND, but it only goes on Do Not Disturb for like 2 hours. So hopefully, I'll start getting a bunch of messages late in the show. But then I'll take a break. I'll do a break maybe about on the hour for 10, 15 minutes. Fried bologna, that looks good. But no, this good stuff. Good stuff tonight. I'm in a really good mood. That was incredibly helpful, right? The show tonight is on the article that was written called "The Curious Case of Patrick Bergy," which may have been stolen from Southern Charms, but she's not going to give anybody any crap because it's for me. But no, it was really cool. Year and a half I've had people absolutely lie, betray me. And when I say me, I mean you. You know, I'm a damn whistleblower. I don't even want to be doing this. But I've been trying to figure out how to expose this taxpayer-funded social media psychological warfare applications that are being used to influence the elections, in my opinion, almost certainly to an even greater extent than anything that they could have discovered with the voting irregularities at the ballots. I mean, not only are they using this against us in elections, they're using it to fund their operations. Gone are the days of $800 toilet plungers and selling cocaine to the Contras. They can just sell your data, and they can make huge amounts of money off your data. They can implement their malevolent little counterinsurgency operations, and they can influence public policy. They can they determine whether or not you get a job or lose a job, not just within the government. This is already creeped into your lives, my friends. People think that this is just related to, like, oh my God, go to the 1/3 here. People think that this is just related to, like, having your tweets pulled or something. Goes well beyond that. This actually impacts so many areas of your life. Not even funny. Although I try to have humor with it. If you couldn't laugh, you'd have to cry, right? I saw today, and it's like, okay, I'm trying to explain myself a lot of times. People, but I saw something today that I thought would actually be a great way to explain for me a couple things with Dave Chappelle, right? Now I'm really hoping this doesn't get this is absolutely under fair use, although I'm going to go to fair use here real quick to highlight that, because that is kind of important. Don't want to get they'll find a reason to block it anyway, but this is interesting. It kind of helps me. It certainly speaks for me.
My mother used to tell me this thing. I don't even know if you remember, but you said this to me more than once. You said, son, sometimes you have to be a lion so you can be the lamb you really are.
Right? Betty Davis. Very nicely had some critiques. Many people had some critiques of, sometimes my use of language or something. But sometimes this gets you know, it really sucks, right?
I don't judge people or not like people for thinking. You know, people that I love tell me I go too far sometimes. Maybe I went too far, but I did it. You know, and plus, the only way you know where the line is to cross it. And I think that what is life if nobody's crossing the line? You just want to try to be on the right side of history, and sometimes what's going on in the immediate present is not as important as the long term. The truth is permanent, and then everything else fall by the wayside.
Very true. Very true. One more I wanted to play here that I thought was significant.
Why is Dave Chappelle going to Africa? Why does Mariah Carey make a $100 million deal and take her clothes off on TRL? A weak person cannot get to sit here and talk to you. Ain't no weak people talking to you. So what is happening in Hollywood? Nobody knows. The worst thing to call somebody is crazy, is dismissive. I don't understand this person, so they're crazy. That's bullshit. These people are not crazy. They're strong people. Maybe the environment is a little sick.
Maybe their environment is a little sick. Maybe.
So the guy's at the door. He comes in, and he goes, yeah. And so I've got him here in studio, and I go, okay, who runs it? And during the break, he goes, Roger Stone.
Are you aware, just by way of illustration, that the president's campaign chairman, Paul Manafort, secretly met with an agent of Russian intelligence?
Sure, I know Manafort. I recommended him to run the convention.
Movement. And do you know Tori, by the way, the podcaster?
I do know this. Had Alex Jones spoke, had Ali Alexander spoke, had Scott Pressler spoke, had Brandon Straka spoke, CJ Pearson spoke, Roger Stone spoke, we were all going to mention Lot 8, Lot 8, Lot 8. We know, and I'm just going to say this, that the Women for America First, in coordination with Trump advisor Katrina Pearson,
And with Liz Cheney about to come out of
He's not attacking the people who put this together. He's not taking my stage. It's not happening.
This is Roger Stone. On January 6th, I'll be speaking to the Stop the Steal peaceful protest in Washington, D.C.
Right? Trump, would you shut up? Would you shut up? Rhetorically, Trump was retarded. Trump was just annoying.
So when Rudy said,
one of the people who organized this is well known for having worked with the Lincoln Project in the past.
He's actually referring to the fact that all these guys have a common history with one another from the McCain 2008 campaign.
The mother load. If Bannon is removed, there are going to be divorces because I know about the mistresses, the sugar babies, the drugs, the pill popping, the orgies. I know everything.
This proves nothing.
That's what you told Mueller, right? You had nothing. That's what your clients argued at the trial.
I'm not going to discuss the criminal case. If you...
And we're only really here because thus far you've been right.
And if I was a Democrat, I'd be screaming bloody murder. I used to be a Democrat.
Used to be a Democrat. Joe loves that one. And the look on Joe Vaughn's face. Hey, is anybody, just real quick though, actually, let me do this.
So the guy's
hold on. Got to kind of point this out at the very end.
Bloody murder. I used to be a Democrat.
There we go. Look at Joe Vaughn's face. Look at that shit-eating smile. Look at Burns' face like, oh, fuck, what am I doing with these morons? But any Matrix fans? I have not seen the new Matrix yet. I am pissed off. I wanted to see that Christmas. I wanted to see that today, but I was chomping at the bit to go over this stuff. But if you follow the Matrix with the new one, there was a spoiler in there. And Doogie Howser, who I believe plays the architect, the new architect, I believe he wears blue glasses to represent he's been blue-pilled. That's interesting. But, no, right? Environment. Look at the damn environment I've been in for the last year. I filed a key tam, honestly, as a whistleblower in January 2020. Hell, I've been trying to go through the chain of command since 2015, verifiably. I mean, when I say verifiably, I put the stuff out there with the actual, like, IG numbers. Anybody with a blue check can easily process a FOIA request to find out whether or not the documents I presented are real. The key tam I filed, anybody, any journalist can do that, but nobody, not one single person has. I've been dealing with these sociopaths for like the last year. So people question whether or not I'm crazy. But no, it's the environment. Well, I mean, I can't say no. Technically, the government's got me at 50%, 50% PTSD, 70% total. That's with the physical injuries in my back from service when I was in Afghanistan. Something that these people will like to weaponize against me, right? Just like what Chappelle said, only he wasn't taking on an entire cyber army, right? This statement that he makes right here, I found to be freaking highly.
So, that being said, I just hope that all of you guys transcend whatever you see as your obstacles, and that you live outstanding lives, and that you stay connected to your communities, because you have so much power there, and that you grow your communities and you diversify your communities, and that you don't let anybody tell you you can't or to be afraid. It's okay to be afraid, because you can't be brave or courageous without fear. The idea of being courageous is that even though you're scared, you just do the right thing anyway.
Right? Just do the right thing. Why?
I just want you guys to remember, you know, that right now there's this thing where ethics aren't what they used to be. This idea that people are trying to replace the ideas of good and bad with better or worse. And that is incorrect. You gotta keep your ethics intact, because good and bad is a compass that helps you find the way. And a person that only does what's better or worse is the easiest type of person to control. They are a mouse in a maze that just finds the cheese. But the one who knows about good and bad will realize that he's in a maze.
I sometimes feel like you could argue sometimes I do feel like I'm in the Matrix, only that I've taken the red pill and I'm like, I can see everything that's happening. I think everybody can see everything that's going on around us. We complain about it all the time. We complain about the things that our cell phones are doing to our lives, but yet we sit here stuck on them all day. We create personas on social media, and we use filters to make them perfect, right? To create an image of us socially, much like Carl Jung was talking about. We make these personas of us that are not us, right? It's not our truth. And, you know, so many people that I know, including myself until just a few years ago, who we are in public, who we are at work, are not the people that we really are. This is from Victim of the Swamp, How the Deep State Destroyed the 40-Year-Old Private. I published it in 2017. It gets mentioned by these guys, and I'll get started in this shortly. It gets mentioned by these guys briefly, kind of in a funny way. But if you look in the book on page 29, it's called Have You Ever Smoked Marijuana? And this was when I had gone to Tampa MEPS, right? So I enlisted, I was 39. This was in, 2005. Chapter 2, honey, I want to join the Army. And this is called Tampa MEPS and Have You Ever Smoked Marijuana? Moving on from the anal probe, because what good quality book doesn't start? Makes you wonder what the previous chapter was about, right? Moving on from the anal probe. I was told we were going to be answering a few questions. This translated to what I soon discovered was government speak for a million different questions, most of which could have no possible bearing on anything. I found it to be as anal retentive as the GAIAC. GAIAC is something that it's the medical procedure that anybody at the age of 40 in the military has to take, and it's when they check your bunghole. So that's where that came from. But if the government is nothing else, it's thorough. The doctor went on to ask me about my past drug use, which began like this. Quote, Mr. Bergy, have you ever smoked marijuana? To which I replied, yes. He then asked, how many times have you smoked marijuana, Mr. Bergy? To which I responded honestly with a lot, most of my life, but I largely quit a few years ago, shortly around the time my first child was born. He followed up with, would you say more than once? I responded in a somewhat dismayed answer of yes. Well, yeah, being that I'm almost 40 and I just told him most of my adult life. Then he said, he followed up with more than 10 times, which I respectfully answered yes. He said more than 10 times. He then asked, would you say more than 25 times? My answer remained yes. He knew it had been since high school because I told him with the first question. So I became concerned as to when the line of questioning was going to end. Thinking to myself, is this guy going to walk this question up to what is likely 10,000 times I'd smoked weed since high school? I wanted him to ask what he was smoking before beginning this line of questioning. But much to my relief, he continued in increments of 10 and then stopped simply and noted my consumption as being more than 100 times in my records. Why did I do that? I ended up with I was granted TS-SCI clearance. They knew that. Why? Why was that good? It could have gone both ways, right? Most people, when they go in, they aren't honest about these things. But I'm like, listen, I'm going to be honest about this. Hopefully, if they find my value and worth significant enough, and if they find my background to be trustworthy enough, I'd never been arrested and still haven't been arrested for anything in my life, knock wood, with all this shit going on. But so I chose to be honest about it, and I never had to worry when I had my TS-SCI clearance if anybody tried to blackmail me by saying, "Oh my God, I got pictures of you smoking weed and you lied about that, right?" No one could ever do that, right? So, here we go. So it's really like he was saying. It's that mouse in a maze. And how important the truth is, right? Not the, let me play that again. It's like the good and the bad. Better or worse.
I just want you guys to remember, you know, that right now there's this thing where ethics aren't what they used to be. This idea that people are trying to replace the ideas of good and bad with better or worse. And that is incorrect. You gotta keep your ethics intact because good and bad is a compass that helps you find the way. And a person that only does what's better or worse is the easiest type of person to control. They are a mouse in a maze that just finds the cheese. But the one who knows about good and bad will realize that he's in a maze.
Y'all kind of heard that, right? So, the best way I've found to live your life is to not lie. If you need to lie about something in your life, I have a lot of really intelligent friends, highly educated friends. And hell, I smoked weed with Patrick Bergy. Why do I say that? Oh my God. I could have used that against him. I could have blackmailed him. Probably not. I think he's actually quite the libertarian. I don't know how open he is about it. He's in charge of a lot of stuff right now, or at least very influential with a lot of stuff. So I think maybe people should know whether or not, but why would it matter? You know, I told my daughter, 21, Mia, I'm like, yeah, you know, I fired up a joint on my show the other day. And she's like, well, why would you do that? And I'm like, because it's the truth. I could, if I lie about it, even if it's like a white lie or a good lie, someday I'm going to end up having to, you know, cover for it or hide it or remember it. Do we really have enough space in our minds? Do we really have enough things squared away in our lives that we can manage a whole bunch of lies? I don't think so, to be honest with you. Let me see if this is actually working right here. It kind of seems like it is, but we're doing okay. But, you know, so you've got your persona online. You've got your persona online, and that persona is like this filtered, perfect family, perfect skin, perfect job, perfect vacations, perfect poses. But none of our lives are like that, right? And we're running around right now wondering why things are so screwed up. Malevolent bastards that collect your data, that use your data for predictive analytics. That's what it means to hack your shadow, right? Your Jungian shadow. They hack your shadow with the lies and the fears and all of these things, right? You want to make yourself kind of unhackable? Don't lie about yourself. Now, I'm not saying go out and if you got a job or something, you're going to lose your job because you tell your boss you freaking smoke weed or something. You know, and it might not be weed. I mean, everybody has their little things that they like to keep to themselves, right? If we didn't, why wouldn't we would have? Why we wouldn't need HIPAA, right? why do we care if you've had a shot? Why would anybody? Why do you care if you've got like a patch, right? That's got like a morphine drip, one of those morphine patches, like my mom had, right? It helped her quality of life, but she was basically turned into a heroin addict. Maybe that's why she kind of started to get me towards the end a little bit more. Right? So, anyway, let me go back to this here. I found that to be like important, right? So, here we go. So what I wanted to do, let me pull this up here. The curious case of Patrick Bergy. I went over this a little bit on Friday, but I felt highly restrained because I didn't want to really be able to start challenging some of the things or pointing out some things in this linked document that over here in the linked document called Knowledge Fight. I wanted to play that because of their shadowgate review. They're supposed to be comedians. Be the judge of that. I'm supposed to be a comedian on Wednesdays. You be the judge of that, right? Don't hate the player, hate the lame ass game. But I think it's a good. They did this show a week after Shadowgate came out. Millie was out of jail. They're a sports comedy thing. I doubt they had very many people that have even followed that or saw that, although it may have been shared and such. Hell, these could be assets. I don't know. Right? They seem to have an agenda right from the beginning. Hello, Alabama. So they seem to have like an agenda right from the beginning. They're crude, but they're also comedians. So I take it like as being like they're doing a show. They don't understand what's going on, and they're just having fun. But maybe we can point out that having fun in situations like this may have, it could have cost the election. That could have been one of the purposes for that, right? I'm pretty sure these guys are quite liberal. They certainly aren't big fans of Alex Jones. But they probably thought that I was somehow related, somehow like one of his puppets. That was not the case, clearly, right? So, but what is the case is the curious case of Patrick Bergy. And in this, a gentleman named Ross, help me out here. Ross, and I'm not going to have it here. I don't want to. I could do that. Oh, I got to say the guy's name proper. On J6 or an AZ. I'm not. Well, that's probably not to be. Oh, the shaman. Pictures with the shaman. Okay. Ross Elders with Open Resources LLC. Actually, let me do this here. Right? That handsome man. Jiminy Christmas. God, that was sad. In the one episode in Shadowgate 2, we were now well into a major shutdown in COVID. I'm on the road across country. I've got no place to get a haircut or do anything, and I had a freaking big old hair poking out behind my ear there. That was quite embarrassing. Because where are you going to get a freaking haircut in October in October of 2020. But so Ross started out with this, right? So on August 3rd, 2020. But actually, let me correct that for him a bit. Now, I believe August 3rd is actually when when Gavin first released the Shadowgate trailer. Shadowgate actually was officially dropped on the 14th of August, and that was when Millie was arrested while uploading it. So here we go. So it says Shadowgate was a production from InfoWars from an InfoWars correspondent, Millie Weaver, and her husband Gavin Wentz. Shadowgate and its producers quickly found themselves trying to find a home for the film due to it being banned from various platforms, including YouTube. Although it was available on Weaver's own website, when the dust settled, Shadowgate was immensely popular, due in no small part to the banning of it, which helped generate curiosity. Well, you know, I don't know how popular it was, but then a lot of these things, like I had never even seen the thing I'm going to review tonight, I had never even seen, right? Or known about. So many of the allegations presented in Shadowgate have been debunked by other researchers and fact-checking organizations. Let me pause there real quick. Let me do this. Hold on. Other fact-checking organizations, right? What does that tell me?
They attack you for trying to report about IIA when they themselves apparently claim that they were victims of IIA themselves. You know, people attack us instead of actually looking into the things that we brought up.
Camille Shidiak, co-owner of Leone Industries, a Pentagon contractor, has admitted to criminally targeting journalists for reporting on a failed Pentagon propaganda operation. Shidiak used dirty tricks reminiscent of
COINTEL. No. So look at that. Okay, what was that? That was he was reporting on USA Today being accused of basically stating that they were victims themselves of IIA. Let me pull this. They were victims themselves of IIA. So many of the allegations presented in Shadowgate have been blah, 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 allegations that placed Jones's longtime friend Roger Stone at the center of the conspiracy to take down President Trump, that Jones fired Weaver within days of Shadowgate's release. To correct him there, though, allegations that Jones' long-place friend Roger Stone at the center of the conspiracy to take down Trump, that Jones fired Weaver within days of Shadowgate release. And that is, as I understand it, absolutely factually correct. That according to a voicemail left by Alex Jones to Millie and Gavin, Roger Stone had called for her firing. And remember this stuff, right? So I'm reading through this, and when I start the thing, when I start the review, this review right here, knowledge fight. When I start that, you're gonna go, wow, okay. These guys, they weren't wrong about everything. I guess I put that they were wrong about everything. They were certainly right. But actually, I've only listened up to like 1 hour. And I didn't want to, it was my response. My responses, not knowing what was coming, were so good. I'm like, I got to stop watching this so I can watch it with you guys. I'm thinking you guys were going to enjoy watching it with me for the first time, because I'm like, holy shit, right? And, you know, because this is because I know what's going on with this stuff. For the best breakdown of the documentary, we read, listen to Knowledge Fight podcast, which spent 3.5 hours going over the detail of Shadowgate, resulting in a podcast that is more than twice the runtime of the documentary itself. That's where we got the problem. For the, for just making it lengthy for this, but it's worth it. If we decide that, hey, this isn't something that you want to do, I think you're going to like it, though. I really do. The first Knowledge Fight, and by the way, he's saying this, but he's also going to say, but you'll also hear him go on to say, oh, wow, they were pretty wrong, at least as it pertained to me. The first Knowledge Fight podcast about Shadowgate is found here. You can copy and paste the following URL into your browser if you prefer the method. And again, I'm not getting paid for this. I don't know who Ross Elders is. To my knowledge, prior to him reaching out to me, I've never met him to my knowledge. I have no idea. He would ask me a question, and I would answer his question. I wouldn't answer it with little breadcrumbs, or I wouldn't answer his question with a whole bunch more questions like this is a damn game or something. No. He asked me a question. I answered it if I knew the answer. If I didn't answer it and told him I didn't know the answer to that. So, it says here, other media organizations in a push by a major fight to in a push by major media to fight disinformation, also fact-checked and debunked Shadowgate. Two of the first were PolitiFact and USA Today. Now, notice I had just shown you USA Today. Somebody's talking about herpes. I got to stop for a second. Yep. What? How did you guys end up in a conversation about? Not that did you want me to save that like for a later? I'm just picking up on this. Picking up on this kind of towards the end, kind of doing a show. I looked down and you guys are talking about herpes or something. We could save that. I could save that for a BERGY-BIT show later on. That's cool. Trolls are wonderful. Maybe they'll learn something. And remember, be respectful. Maybe they'll learn something tonight, right? They can, they can say what they want, but people are actually listening to what I'm having to say. And they can judge for themselves. And I think when people listen to what I have to say and they judge for themselves, they're going to see that the people that are talking shit, right, are just not good people, right? And people have their own eyes. I think when they talk and they say these things, they really just show who they are. But show who you are. Maybe this can be like our New Year's resolution. Just kind of, I'm as guilty as anybody else out there. Maybe it wouldn't be a bad New Year's resolution to kind of try to check our own fire personally, right? It's a lot easier than going to a fucking gym. Pardon my French. It's just when you have the opportunity and you're facing someone that, that's kind of like their shadow's been hacked, or they don't have the truth, or they're looking for the truth, but they've been kind of led the wrong way. I kind of look at them more as victims, right? And you wouldn't just go beating up on a victim, right? You want to try to help them. Now, sometimes you get victims like, let's say, like a drug addict, and you keep helping them and you helping them and helping them, and then the next thing you know, they're freaking, they've OD'd with a needle in their arm, right? Some people are beyond help. And a lot of this stuff, these sociopaths do, are on a level that kind of breaks people. So I look at them, again, I look at them as victims, right? And I just think, okay, stuff like this is coming out, right? I would have almost I would almost be certain that the trolls that are like attacking me, they aren't attacking me for anything that Ross has put into this report. That you'll see when we scroll down just a little bit more. Literally, he reaches out to his longtime contacts, very reliable contacts. I don't know who they are again. But in the IC community, and he's literally verifying all of these things, right? All of these things. So, these people, right? These people, these trolls, they're like schoolyard bullies, right? If you give them attention, they will feed off of that. If you point out that they're just bullies, they'll find somebody else weaker to go steal their lunch money from. So PolitiFact performed a fact check the documentary on 15 August, literally the next day. A fact check on the next day. And PolitiFact, do you think PolitiFact ever even attempted to contact me? Not even slightest. No attempt to contact me whatsoever. Now, they aren't going to, the people, the trolls aren't going to be going, hey, wait a minute. This is really bad, right? USA Today are the people that are attacking, are the people that were attacking the guy from Project Veritas, right? So keep attacking me. I guess you want to have the guy from Project Veritas attacked and lied to about USA Today, because I can actually tie this to it, right? Going back quite a ways. So, what's also clear here, while the shadowgate video, this is what PolitiFact said. What's also clear here, while the shadowgate video makes incredible claims about the government, they amount to an unfounded conspiracy theory that recasts major news events like Black Lives Matter demonstrations, Special Counsel Robert Mueller's investigation into Russian interference in the 2016 election, and news coverage that's unflattering to the president as a product of secret meddling by the U.S. government. Okay. The theory is baseless. Black Lives Matter protests arose from anger and grief over police killings of unarmed black men. Mueller didn't find evidence that Trump knowingly conspired with the Kremlin, and news coverage that scrutinizes the president and his actions isn't fake news, courtesy of some government contractors, but simply journalism. No, it actually isn't. And what's funny is that you literally have USA Today. Now, this is PolitiFact, but PolitiFact uses USA Today. You literally have USA Today saying, now, I mean, look at this, right? So here we go. And news coverage that scrutinizes the president, but simply isn't courtesy of some government contractors, but simply isn't, but simply journalism. So, again, I go back to
they attack you for trying to report about IIA when they themselves apparently claim that they were victims of IIA themselves. People attack us instead of actually looking into the things that we brought up.
James O'Keefe, thank you.
Camille Shidiak, co-owner of Leone Industries, a Pentagon contractor, has admitted to criminally targeting journalists for reporting on a failed Pentagon propaganda operation. Shidiak used dirty tricks reminiscent of...
From a smear campaign. I can't believe I cut it off before he said smear. I love how he says smear. But so, and InfoWars, which I've been in their studio, it's in the literally the heart of the Austin, Texas military industrial complex. I mean, the heart of it. Raytheon, all of these right around them. The comms they have on their building. Holy Jesus. They had me sign a non-disclosure agreement when before I left, but they voided that when Alex Jones started talking about me and stuff that happened inside there. At that point, that opened it up so I can talk about what I saw in there. What I saw in there was a fusion cell, exactly like one I had built previously. I wanted frickin' residual rights on that, or some sort of rights on the design for that. I often say these guys I'm in their minds so much I should be charging them masturbation licensing fees. But no. So, literally you have these people, literally you have and this was in Shadowgate too, but nobody would report it. They could have contacted me. They never did, right? And what is this? This is a fact check, right? Fact-check. Which they aren't saying that this is their opinion. You know, James O'Keefe is suing them right now. Anybody think I got a lawsuit against them? They never contacted me, never did anything, never even attempted to do anything. They ruined, you know, my book. They destroyed my life. You wonder, and then people are like, "Oh, look, Bergy's like he's like acting crazy." If I am even remotely crazy, it's because organizations like this and the tactical and coordinated disinformation and just everything that they were doing between Tory, Patrick Bergy, General Flynn, keeping me silenced in D.C. from November to January. Nobody seems to think that's a big issue. Nobody did, but now, right? Because you had organizations like USA Today. But now everybody knows that fact check is BS with that. They said so in court. You know? Man. Right? So what's also clear here, while Shadowgate video makes incredible claims, blah, blah, okay. Then here's USA Today. Fact check. You guys are, you know, these trolls are just so, you know, these trolls, they just expose themselves because I guess these trolls support USA Today and Politico fact checking, you know. No, they don't. They're just like I said, they're like drug addicts, like heroin or meth addicts that literally, no matter how many times you try to explain to them that the stuff that they've been putting into their heads, that other people, bad people, have been sticking into their veins and into their head, is going to kill them, and it's wrong. And you can keep trying to tell them, but they don't care, right? They can't. They're beyond. Some people are beyond. Not all. And that's what the awakening's all about. That's what my awakening's all about anyway. So the video gets key facts wrong about nearly every event it mentions. It falsely links the coronavirus pandemic, Ferguson, Missouri, and George Floyd protests, Mueller investigation, and several actions of the Obama administration in a sweeping and contradicting conspiracy theory. Yeah, no shit. Okay, how is that wrong? They didn't. Okay, so I guess you're assuming from that. You're going to assume from that USA Today ever contacted me. You're going to assume that USA Today ever contacted Millie Weaver, who was arrested. To my knowledge, maybe they did. I can't speak for Millie, but they sure as hell. Hell, this was on 8/18. This was 4 days. That fact check was 3.5 days after. Hell, Millie, I think, got out on the 18th. They couldn't have even spoken to her. she would have either still been in jail or out like maybe a few hours. When this came out telling the truth, are you kidding me? But, you know, but Byrne and Flynn and Powell and Linwood and Tory all did everything they could to keep this shit buried. And you can believe me or you can believe a time traveler. I don't care. That's on you. Again, some people are just going to die with that needle in their arm. And I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do about it. But there are people I can save. And if they're out there and they want to be saved, they can listen to this shit because, look, use your brains. I don't have a time machine. I have a resume. The stuff that they're saying, coronavirus, Ferguson, that is so, I mean, that's just factually incorrect. The Mueller's people, I'm sorry, congressional testimony by Facebook and Twitter in, I believe, 2018 or 2019 stated for a fact that they found a major amount of fake profiles, very, very good ones, not just the bots. I'm talking about a tactical coordinated, you would argue, like analysts that were working these coming out of Ukraine. That's in congressional testimony. That's what I was saying in Shadowgate that we had tracked down. I had tracked down with my colleague in when was Ferguson? What, 2014? When that happened? We had tracked that down to, and I was in South Korea at the time, and we had tracked that down to Ukraine. It may even be mentioned in Victim of the Swamp, in my book, Victim of the Swamp. Yet, and again, congressional testimony by the actual organizations. So these guys are like, oh, that's wrong. No! No! And isn't Ferguson, Missouri, and George Floyd all the same thing? I don't know. Help me out with there. Anybody want to answer that? Okay. They just needed to fill up stuff with, that's, you know, wow. We got to put something honest and factual in there. So, poker politics. Here we go. Right? But before I go to that, I wanted to finish, before I go to that. And then maybe we'll start there. Well, it's 7:58. We'll finish this up. And then I'll start we'll take a little break. And then I will start that video for anybody that wants to hang in, that wants to tune into that, the review of the Shadowgate audio thing. Because if this matters to you, right? If actually verifiable truth matters to you, then you're going to want to hear my review of the stuff that these guys are talking about, because this is good stuff that they were talking about. They're just horrible people saying it. But I wanted also, I think it's good that people see that there are these, just like, I mean, they're talking about, you know, water balloons filled with piss to throw in mine and Millie's face, right? But I want you to be able to balance that. I want to be able to play that out and balance that in a humorous way. With the facts, with the truth. Now that I've had someone more than Millie and Gavin, actually, there's been a lot of journalists. Laura Logan absolutely has verified and knows, and her husband know that every single thing that I said in Shadowgate was true. Right? Laura Logan. Why is it okay that she's never, ever, 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 ever reported the arrest of journalist Millie Weaver, or the stuff that I was talking about in Shadowgate, which actually was, with the Shadow Net, when in fact, after that comes out, she's talking publicly about defeat disinfo. General Stanley McChrystal's quote, basically by every description, ShadowNet operation that he was dumping $60 million into Florida with, right? So she comes out after Shadowgate and says, oh, this is about that. Oh my God. Why would she ever talk about that? Well, maybe because her colleagues at Fox News, her colleague Jillian Turner was the vice president of Jones Group International. So what else is she going to keep from you because she doesn't want to upset or possibly lose her job with Fox News by upsetting someone else? Because we already know that for a fact, I have the emails. I reported on emails that literally a Trump staffer sent me that is verifiable from even right down to the headers. And that email was a conversation between John Roberts, the Fox News correspondent, and the White House, asking the White House to meet with General James Jones about 5G dominance. Right now, General James Jones was the founder, president of Jones Group International. Jillian Turner, John Roberts, White House correspondent colleague, right freaking there, right? Jillian Turner, why didn't she ask the White House for her old boss, of which she was the vice president of that particular D.C. lobby firm? Why didn't Jillian Turner ask the White House to get her boss, her old boss, special access, privileged access to my president, right? Why did John Roberts do it? Would it have just been too much of an in-your-face, oh my God, let's screw the American public, if Jillian Turner had done it? No, I mean, there's no difference there. These people are abusing their access. They're abusing a privilege. They're abusing something I and so many other American soldiers have fought for, and that is the First Amendment, freedom of press, constitutional protections. When they do these things, they destroy the integrity of journalism, and they do it for their own personal profit, right? But they're literally destroying something at the core, which is the core of our democratic republic, which is the integrity of that. And they're doing it right alongside the integrity of destroying the integrity of elections, which, again, that is even more core to our democratic republic. It's like, and you say to yourself, I know people are doing this, but who could be that horrible? Who could do something that bad to our country? Well, maybe look at someone who would call up or contact Linwood and tell them I was coming to harm them, when all I was doing was a whistleblower trying to give him information that would have been very helpful for him with what he was calling out General Flynn for. They actually tried to get me hurt. They tried to get me shot, hoping I would have gone to his house and been shot by security, Lynn Wood's house, and been shot by security. And of course, Lynn Wood literally retweeted that out, reposted that out from Tory and Thought Criminal, right? So when you're looking at people, when you're asking yourself, would people really do something that broken to our country? Absolutely, without question, without hesitation. If they will throw me under the bus, an Afghanistan veteran, a PFC that enlisted in the Army at 39, turned 40 at basic training, they throw my ass under the bus, what chance do you think you got? Right? Seriously. I mean, if you can't ask yourself that question, then you just got that needle too deep in your arm, my friend. Just enjoy the ride while it lasts. So despite the negative attention, Shadowgate continues to be a popular work that's still shared and posted on various conspiracy-weighted websites, Telegram and Gab to this day. Wait a second. There we go. As a conspiracy debunker and disinformation researcher, I could not avoid watching Shadowgate as part of my normal activities. In fact, I watched it multiple times over the course of several weeks as I tried to make sense of the many incoherent claims found within it. During those viewings, one thing struck me as different from the rest of the production. Patrick Bergy, right? Right. God bless him. Patrick Bergy's story is interesting in and of itself. Enlisting in the Army at the age of 30, at 39 years of age, after graduating training at 40, he deployed to the global war on terror, completing a tour in Afghanistan. He then returned to civilian life and continued his career as an IT manager and software engineer. It was in this capacity that he was employed by the government by government contractors, where he deployed overseas several more times, including time in active war zones. Yes, verifiably. No time machine. No, the dog ate my homework. Verifiably. It was so easy to verify. I think that's one of the reasons it's so hard for me, because people, I think maybe Cow Ticket or whatever, they know what's going on here. These people aren't stupid. They're either getting paid, to keep pushing this bullshit, or they're just, like I said, just too broken, because it's so obvious, right? Then he returned civilian life to manager, including time in active war zones. Because, it's just so easily and verifiable, everything that I say. And people will be like, oh my God, you wouldn't be known if it wasn't for Tory. Actually, no, I would argue Tory had nothing to do with why I'm here right now. In fact, I kind of find that insulting and retarded, right? Why? Because I had gone before Tory. I'd been doing this since 2015. I've been trying to get my IG complaints out. I've been pushing this stuff out. I had actually just started a Patreon account a few months before Tory had reached out to me. I was starting to move up with support quite quickly and rapidly. I then was, through my Patreon supporters, went to DC and filed a key tam in January of 2020, which actually was getting me a lot of attention to my story. And I was starting to get more people interviewing me and such, right? Even though we were going into lockdown and COVID. And so Tori comes out of nowhere. She contacts Millie and Gavin about me and my key tam in around April 16th or so. On April 20th, 4/20 of 2020, Gavin and Millie. Gavin reaches out to me on behalf of Millie Weaver and them. Right? It's just a couple days. And they're like, "Hey, we heard about you from Tory, right? And wanted to talk to you about your key tam." Well, okay. So what that has nothing to do with Tory. Tory's just like kind of stealing this. She's stealing the work that I've done. She's stealing all of the efforts that I've put into this. All of my personal sacrifices that are verifiable are being stolen by a sociopathic time traveler. And that's not a joke, right? So Bill, the Shadowgate documentary is Whistleblower Bergy spins a tale about major government contractors creating various software solutions for use by the U.S. and allied forces in the global war on terror. Software that manipulates targeted population and applies varying levels of psychological warfare on enemy forces. That's actually very well put. This collection of software tools, according to Bergy, is called ShadowNet. Correct. ShadowNet, again, according to Bergy's interview, was used by psychological warfare units and other special operations command U.S. SOCOM intelligence elements and was supported by various military contractors such as Technology, Bergy's former employer. What struck me as odd about Bergy's interview in Shadowgate was that I believed what he was saying. I saw no signs of deception in his interview segments. I came away from Shadowgate with the clear assumption that Bergy was telling the truth. The same cannot be said about the rest of Shadowgate, but I felt confident that Bergy was giving an honest interview. That, or he was a very skilled liar. At a minimum, he believed what he was really saying to be true. As an investigator who was trained in behavioral analysis and the detection of deception during interviews, my reaction to his interview segments continued to puzzle me. In fact, it bothered me so much that I eventually decided that it was, in fact, that it was time for me to look into this particular conspiracy theory myself. Private messages and emails were sent. So he does not name his sources. Again, I do not know who this individual is. It's he does the organization he's with is listed at the top. They're kind of like apparently a bunch of investigative journalists, it looks like, and they have resources. He apparently has sources within the IC, the intelligence community. So he reaches out, and one of the persons that he reached out to responded, yes, ShadowNet. I worked in the redacted that used ShadowNet, and his description is accurate. The confidential source. Well, one thing you'll remember, I think this has been publicly stated by Gavin during our actually on several occasions, even during our stereo, that one of the guards that spoke to him in the what he thought felt kind of like a Homeland Security, high security type thing, where he and Millie were taken to. He said that one of the guards told him that he had worked, he was familiar with ShadowNet and had worked with it. Okay. Well, thank you. Right. That is, I'm kind of honored and proud to be part of that, that program, that project. I know, what we did, I can speak for what we did, was all done honestly and integrity and by the book and I's dotted and T's crossed, right? And I can honestly say that we changed the outcome of this, of the Iraq War. In Michael Hastings' book, The Operators, he talks to General Stanley McChrystal about the use of what for all intentional purposes was IAA, and that was the use of like social media and the use of media to help in his counterinsurgency strategy. They said that and I'm sorry, actually I think it might have been Petraeus that he was talking to, which, by the way, I was doing this for Petraeus. I got my picture with Petraeus. I show that all the time. I got my picture with Petraeus at Off Palace. Hell, it's in Shadowgate, right? So, here we go. So let me do this. Let me get back onto track here. So anyway, like I said, there's actually a lot of people. It's pretty easy, I'm thinking, to verify this stuff. And by the way, you better be asking yourself, okay, the more people verify what Bergy's saying, remember what he's saying. That's the important thing about doing this show a little bit when we finish this, starting this review, right? That's the one important thing about it. And that is to understand and remind everyone how big this is, what the claims that I were making were and still are. Again, go to clearforce.com. You'll see. Hold on one second. Here we go. There. Right? That's all you got to do. You can sit here and say, Bergy's full of shit. But all you got to do is go to clearforce.com. And you'll see what they do. You can go there right now. I'm on the site. I just moved it. I got the thing zoomed in for the way that I have it fit here. But you can see for yourself. Look. ClearForce combines machine learning, compliance, and workflow automation to create a new global standard for the continual ongoing evaluation of behavioral risk. Our customers continually discover early behavioral indicators of risk with real-time alerts from financial, criminal, social media, and internal incident reports while protecting privacy and eliminating bias and discrimination. I can show and prove that the ShadowNet was that the core of this application, the very, very, very core code of this application was originally written using the base code, code and IP, intellectual property, for the ShadowNet, taxpayer-funded social media psychological warfare applications. Now, who is this? Okay. Well, company. About ClearForce, board of directors. Ooh. Yeah, General James Jones. Hey, that looks like Obama's national security advisor. Don't make me go back there and reread what I just showed you, what they were doing. Social media, all these things, your freaking credit. They're determining, they're creating. Obama's national security advisor is creating your social credit score. And oh, by the way, you can go to an old press release on their site, which I have screenshotted, but I won't pull it up right now, that shows a $10 billion investment from Centricus, and then a $15 billion investment from like SoftBank, which was like China owned company, into Centricus like a couple days later, literally a couple days later. It was like somebody got like a $5 billion finder's fee for buying taxpayer-funded social media psychological warfare applications from Obama's sold from China to Obama's national security advisor, right? Again, these are verifiable facts. This gentleman, upon verifying the claims that I made, this is absolutely just as easily verifiable. Who else we got here? Oh my goodness, General Michael Hayden, right? Obama's CIA director. Are you people freaking, oh my God. Now, if you're attacking me right now, if you're trolling me right now, if you're trolling me right now, I'm just gonna, you just gotta say, really? Are you? It's just like you want Michael Hayden building you want Obama's national security advisor and his CIA director? You want them building out your social credit score? You want them? You want that man right there determining whether or not you get a job or lose one before you even, whether or not you're applying for a job is determined whether by an artificial intelligence application that this guy could code any way the frick he wanted to, right? What if he wanted to put in there that you eliminate all of anybody that's MAGA, anybody conservative, right? And we know that their entire client list right now, although they took it down off their website after I took screenshots of it and posted it, their clients, all of their clients are the mainstream media. So they're doing the HR, and you sit around going, "Oh my God, I can't believe we got this Mockingbird media. How do they do that?" Well, they do that because Obama's national security advisor and his CIA director determine who get a job and loses a job at Fox News. And now you've got this gentleman verifying that I am who I said I am, that I am not a time traveler. That the people that were involved with Shadowgate, the Tory component, when I say that, I do not include Millie and Gavin into that. But the people that were, the person that had an agenda in Shadowgate to discredit me, to keep my story from being made public, was Tory, right? Former Brennan spy who now has a time machine. Who else we got here? Anna Cotton. Don't even know who she is. She seems kind of new to the board. Let's see who she is. Anna Cotton is founder of SLG Solutions. She serves on a board of cybersecurity company and an intelligence services company. She advises global manufacturing. I never even clicked that today. She advises global manufacturing companies in the Silicon Valley technology company. Anna served as Deputy General Counsel of the National Reconnaissance Office, which procures and launches intelligence satellites for the U.S. government. Yeah, keep going, trolls. Show who you're working for. Show who you're working for. If y'all aren't sharing this shit out right now, you can see this for yourself. Right? I get it. I'm a dick. There are people who could more artfully tell you what's going on here. But those people, do you want them just reading from a teleprompter? Because I'm just, if you're gonna stick to people that read from teleprompters, you're gonna end up with people like this. Anna served as Deputy General Counsel of the National Reconnaissance, blah blah blah. Actually, I kind of worked with them myself a little bit. But that was with, no, I can't say. She was Assistant General Counsel at the Central Intelligence Agency. Oh, wonderful. Okay. She was Assistant General Counsel at the Central Intelligence Agency, and she's determining whether or not you get a job, but screw Bergy, right? He's just a dick, right? Now, and of course, you can go to clearforce.com because it's obviously a conspiracy theory if you can actually go. There's nothing to it if you can actually go there and see it yourself. You freaking kidding me, people? It's like, is Tory's bus the short bus? We got to ask ourselves that. Okay, here we go. She was Assistant General Counsel at Central Intelligence. Should I be pissing this girl off? Probably not. Probably not. But let's continue. Including litigation arising from the 2011 raid that killed Osama bin Laden. She traveled overseas in support of intelligence partnerships, worked in operations, led insider threat initiatives, assisted in internal investigations, conducted security clearance reviews, among other matters. As a former federal prosecutor, she prosecuted criminal cases and conducted multiple jury and bench trials. She also worked with her family's butter manufacturing business. Oh, I didn't see that one coming. Which produced 10% of the nation's butter. Holy Jesus. Go big or go home with this girl. And sold products in every state and internationally. And has a Juris Doctorate from the Cardozo School of Law. Where the hell is that? And BA for Cardozo School of Law. Is that one of those Mexican ones that you can, you just can never come back to the state and be a doctor and actually work on people? Our team brings okay. So let me go back here. So that's wonderful. Boy, it's like I guess they've made some nice upgrades to their board of directors since I was last at Clear Force. I wonder what kind of upgrades they've done to the predictive analytics and artificial intelligence that are determining whether or not you get a job or lose a job. Who's this guy again? I forget him. He was the president of Equifax. Nah, he's nobody. You don't mind him having access to your social media and all these other predictive analytics to determine if you get a job, lose a job, to determine if you get a mortgage or denied a mortgage, to determine where your kid goes to school or doesn't go to school. I mean, just kind of use your judgment as to where they're going to go with this, my friends, and then keep trolling me and keep giving me shit and and keep unsubscribing from my channel, trying to break me financially. Keep doing that, because I'm sure one of these guys are going to come around any day and start exposing these people. They're not. They're working for these people. Harry C. Gamble, Chief Executive Officer, TransUnion. Well, there's two of the big three. Jim. Hey, Jim Jones. I actually answered directly to Big Jim, to Little Jim here. Big Jim's his dad. My first wife, and she's met him. Highly all verifiable. I answered directly to this man, in fact, for 8 years. The first year I answered to him, spoke to him daily through VTCs with my ass sitting in Iraq. But y'all don't give a shit about that now, do you? You would have appreciated it at the time, no doubt. But now that I'm coming back trying to go, hey, I need some help. Hey, help me out. Y'all are freaking burying me. And when I say y'all, not the good ones that do actually support me, but the trolls and the people who attacked me and, lied about Linwood and stuff. Yeah, those people, they don't care. They'll use my PTSD, they'll use my service-connected PTSD as a weapon against me just to cover their lies. And then their followers will be just fine with that, too. They love that. It's like the more malevolent and bankrupt these people go, the deeper the needle that gets stuck into their arm. Norman Wilcox, former chief privacy officer. Oh, that's wonderful. This guy is the former chief privacy officer of LexisNexis, chief executive officer, founder of Blue Water International, right? We're not going to dig and find anything with these guys. Look at the companies. These companies have been largely information services, technology, insurance, financial services, healthcare, data, government, law enforcement, cybersecurity. And, okay, so look, it's like they'll justify what they're doing. They'll justify what they're doing with the healthcare data and the government law enforcement. Yes, you can use this you could use the shadow net to stop a school shooting before it ever even started. President Trump was looking at investing $1 billion into that because they know that can work. But, if you can stop one, if you can predictively determine who's likely to walk in and start shooting up a school, you can predictively determine one before they do it, and you can trigger that person. You can use it for good and you can use it for bad. So I suppose my argument isn't, I'm not arguing against this capability or against this technology. I'm arguing against people like this being in charge of it and them using it not to stop people from doing school shootings, but to determine my interest rate or on my mortgage, how many points, Thomas Blair, who's this guy? Thomas Blair, Mr. Blair developed 4 successful healthcare companies. Oh, wonderful. He's not going to be involved in the jabs. He's not going to be involved in the shot records, the shot wallets, the shot digital IDs. Clear Force, Obama's national security advisor, Obama's CIA director, these two of the three major credit reporting agencies. This guy with major connections to the healthcare industry, and I'm sure ICD-10s and 9s and for all of the no. They're not going to want anything to do with the COVID-19 shot cards, the COVID-19 ID cards. No, it's going to be perfectly fine, everyone. Don't worry at all. I think Obama's former national security advisor and Obama's former CIA director are the perfect people to be securing my medical and shot records and travel records and everything. You know, I was born and raised on a farm in Michigan. I think it's really important that they make sure I'm not, that they strip down every single possible right to privacy the Constitution might have, to make sure that this American-born, American-raised farm boy, multi-generations in this country, which it shouldn't even matter, right? Some people, you get here and 99.9% of the people that get here, they just love it. They don't want to hurt it, right? You're really looking for a very small number of people. But when you let these people are in charge of it, they can't be in charge of it, right? Everybody bitches about our government. Don't bitch about our government being in charge of this. My experience working with them was that they were the only ones that gave a shit, right? They were the only ones that they ever forced me to dot the I's and cross the T's. These retired generals, the owners of Dynology, they were the ones going, damn it, we can fix that problem for you. Just do it through our companies. And we can circumvent all of those pesky little rules to protect Americans, right? But yeah, keep trolling me. Keep protecting Tory. Keep protecting Flynn. Keep protecting all of these people trying to attack and discredit and destroy a whistleblower, that you can see, that's showing you right here, that's been verified, right? In the interim between Bergy's interview and finally taking steps to investigate, I encountered intelligence community professionals during my regular activities. I would occasionally ask about Mr. Bergy's allegations. On most occasions, they would just shake their head and frown, or they would say, probably honestly, so that they weren't familiar with any such program. Several conspiracy debunkers and other assorted researchers had made statements to the effect that they didn't believe Bergy's story. He was described as weird, possibly unhinged from reality. I always thought this was an unfair depiction of Bergy, but I stayed out of the online conversation until now. And, and it's not, right? I do come off as weird. I get that. That was the point I was trying to make at the beginning of this. Look at the environment that I've been placed in by these sociopaths. Nobody else has been able to to expose them. They have. I have so much evidence and belief in. Certainly enough to warrant an investigation. Certainly enough to warrant discovery on what should be one of the most important things to any American, and that is the integrity of our voting process and the integrity of, the integrity of our election process, right? That's what everybody was supporting with General Flynn. Do you think, but in Byrne, and Powell, and Lynn Wood, and Akbar, oh dear God. But that's what everybody was supporting. But I'm like, so I guess the studies that Facebook did themselves showing how easy it was for them to alter the outcome of an election in 2012, which is not only listed in my first book, it's listed, I believe, it's shown in Shadowgate 1 or 2. I guess those aren't, I guess you just don't believe that they could alter the outcome of an election, even when Facebook's own studies show it. You want to waste all your time on trying to prove these ballots and stuff like that would be impossible almost to prove. And even if you did prove it, how would you ever show that they literally were able to change the outcome of the election nationwide when all you've done is shown that there was some weird stuff, hanky stuff going on in Arizona. Oh, but by the way, the people that are going to be pointing out that hanky stuff that was going on are my former colleagues, former subject matter experts in social media psychological warfare. These are going to be the people that all America are supposed to trust when they're coming out and saying, hey, oh my God, right? The election was stolen in Arizona. No, you need to be able to show nationwide. And this would have. Shadowgate did. It showed taxpayer-funded social media psychological warfare applications literally using the same techniques, using the same things that Facebook, using partnerships, showing partnerships with Facebook between my former colleagues to restore election integrity worldwide, to combat fake news. Literally, the people that work for them are the people that are PolitiFact, right? I was exposing PolitiFact, and what did they do? One day after the show, they debunked it. PolitiFact completely debunked it one day after, and literally I was exposing PolitiFact. But this is okay to everybody. This is okay to everybody. Nothing to see here. Move along. But is it, right? But is it? And take a breath. No need to take a breath. I'm actually perfectly fine and enjoying myself. I actually think people are listening to this. I actually think people are learning something from this. I don't need to take a breath. See, why would you don't need to assume that. Right? Until you've walked a mile in another man's shoes, how about we judge them a little bit less on in the areas of how they actually execute their mission, right? I'm sure a lot of people could do a better job than me. Anybody who knows me has said, actually, I said pretty much everybody could probably do a better job than me. I don't want to be doing this, right? Well, not everybody. Patrick Byrne couldn't do a better job than me than this. He has no honor or integrity. General Flynn could not do a better job than me than this, because they're literally doing exactly the opposite of this. And they're the ones that have been actively taking active measures to conceal and cover up my story, the arrest of Millie Weaver. I can say that without hesitation. I was engaged with these people from November 15th to January 17th. If you somehow think you have more knowledge on this situation, I think you need to order to do a pre-order on my next book, Operation Shadowgate, which is available now at freedomstream.tv. I'm not very good at this promotional stuff. I'm hour and 40 minutes into the show, and I think I've mentioned that I could really use your help like twice. But you can help out, though, at freedomstream.tv. You can help out at patreon.com at The American Awakening, but I'm actually probably going to be shutting down my Patreon account. I hope, if you've supported me and want to continue to support me, that you can come on over to freedomstream.tv and you can contribute something like on a one-time thing to the general fund, or you can purchase the No Coin edition of the pre-sale for my book, which goes immediately into helping me get this book done and out by 2/22/22. Again, I have an investigative journalist which is going to be joining me on January 11th for 14 days, 12 hours a day. And they're going to take what I have put together by that time. He's going to take what I have put together by that time, and he's going to work with me, and we're going to put together something amazing by 2/2/22. Right? And I believe this is going to be something really significant. And I say that because so many things keep exposing themselves and exonerating the claims that I've made. Look at the Durham stuff, right? Klein Smith and all of these. It's coming together. It really is. These people are all connected. Akbar, all of these people were connected to McCain. You know, I can't go back in time on that one. There were times I wish I did have a time machine. There were times I wish I did have a time machine, and McCain would be one of them. My goal is to hold all these people that have been responsible for this accountable. And I'm going to do my best. I am being attacked, though, by an army of cyber sociopaths and need all the help I can get. So sources. Recently there was, and I'm going to we'll take a break. I'm going to take like a 15-minute break at it's 9 o'clock, which is about 20 minutes. So we'll get this wrapped up in 20 minutes. I'm going to take a 15-minute break at 9 o'clock, and we're going to start digging into the rest of this, that interview, that radio broadcast. Thank you very much, Holy Cats. So recently there was drama surrounding Patrick Bergy and his contact with Lynn Wood, the now famous lawyer involved in various activities in the post-2020 election environment. Bergy was trying to reach out to Wood. He's verifying this. Bergy was trying to reach out to Wood. And wanted to pass along some information to the lawyer. During this time, anti-Bergy internet trolls began inundating Lynn Wood with messages on his Telegram channel, claiming that Bergy was insane, quote, unstoppable, or unstable, quote, or violent, quote, and that Wood should be afraid that Bergy intended to do harm. And what he's saying is completely true. But what he's saying is, but what they were saying couldn't have been more false and fabricated. Everybody, I think, here has seen the video of me that night, the night before, that Friday, where I'm literally saying a prayer, that asking everybody to say a prayer, that I'm able to get this information to him, and that if I can do that, that he can do whatever he wants with that information. I just wanted to get it to him. That was almost verbatim to what I said. And so they were like, he's violent. And I go back to like, what kind of person would do that? But then who are the people? Who are the people that still support them? Right? Again, how deep in your vein have you shoved that needle for something like this to be okay? Right? How deep is that needle in your arm? Because there's just no coming back with that from some of these people. They are just so gone. So gone. Anti-Bergy, it all seemed very strange to me. because this was not the impression I had of Mr. Bergy from his public interviews and podcasts. Yes, he does make some wild, unproven claims while he speaks off the cuff. Actually, I would kind of I would disagree with that, because a lot of this stuff I do is like humor, right? Wild, unproven claims like what? A Japanese can a Japanese sex robot get pregnant, right? I hope that's not one of the examples as a wild, unproven claim, because that was a joke, right? I probably shouldn't even use that as an example, because you're going to need more context on it. And if I give any more context on it, then it involves using fish skin to make fabricated vaginas for transvestites, and then I'll get lost in the weeds on that. So I'm going to stay out of that. But just if I say, most people can differentiate when I'm kind of joking. When I'm talking seriously, or when I'm putting out a fact, I put it out there and I say, here's this information, and here's this, and here's that. And I put in so much effort all the time. All the time I'm putting effort to not just have words come out of my mouth, but to put the documentation out there so that others can not just believe that, but that others can take that information, do a little bit of more research, verify the provenance, verify the origins of it, and be able to actually come to the conclusions that, what I'm saying here is true. And when you come to that conclusion, you should be going at this point oh, crap, right? So I reached out to Mr. Bergy over several days. We conducted an informal interview via private message. I explored his statement about ShadowNet more deeply, took notes, and told him I would attempt to confirm his allegations if possible. I asked around my contacts around the country, journalists, active and retired military personnel, and cyber security experts were asked if they had encountered anything like what Bergy was describing. A day later, I contacted a friend and former Special Forces soldier who has many contacts in various disciplines, including psychological warfare and clandestine intelligence operations. I've known this person for several years, and I know them to be a person of integrity. I trust them. Do you know blank? Redacted. It is uncommon to write a report without naming names, putting face to those names. It isn't how I do my research or write my articles. I have to make an exception here. I do this to protect my sources, in this case because of the sensitive nature of their past and current work, as well as the sensitive nature of the subject matter. Yeah, really. Neither will I be explaining in detail how and why ShadowNet was used. I will protect the sources as well as the tactics, techniques, and procedures, TTP, of those still in the fight as they track down terrorists around the globe. And keep in mind, I haven't really worked in IIA so long that the stuff that I'm telling you right now, other than the fact I'm making the connections to the same people I did it with then are doing it now, other than that, the stuff that I'm mentioning is so outdated. I was one of the pioneers of this, and it has a shelf life of about, eggs in your refrigerator. So, what he's doing is right there. What he's doing is good. I do not ever say anything. I was an information assurance security officer for a decade with the Department of Defense. Hell, I wrote some of these rules that define tactics, techniques, and procedures, TTPs. I helped contribute to the SOP of the TTPs on these particular governance plans. So this will be disappointing for some, but I hope I have built a level of trust with my long-term readers, and they will accept that. In this case, I feel it is necessary. It is. Now, how we could even do better than that is to, if you're listening to this and you have a favorite journalist, reach out to them, share this with them. Say, listen, okay, Millie and Gavin, I get it. She was she was a contractor for InfoWars. Well, this guy sure as hell isn't. And he's dug down, He's reached out to his sources in the intelligence community, and this is what he came back with. And when they come back with this, that I've been confirms everything Bergy claimed in bold red letters, then maybe, just maybe, you should be sharing this to them and asking them to reach out to this journalist. Ask them to do their own research. And if they start confirming this, we need to have this conversation. This conversation needs to lead to constitutional, almost certainly to amendments in our Constitution that are going to provide for Americans a social media Bill of Rights. A social media Bill of Rights. And not something watered down that these corrupt-ass politicians... Listen, 2020's coming up. Midterms come... Or 2022 midterms are coming up. It's my belief, as a subject matter expert in everything and confirmed everything that I claimed so far. Let's just assume this is what I'm telling you is true. These people, when I came back to the States and spoke to Jim Jones, you saw him there earlier in the picture. He's on the board. He's one of the founders of Clear Force now. When I spoke to Jim Jones, we had a conversation, and as part of the conversation was the ability of ShadowNet to influence U.S. elections. And in fact, we then went into a discussion about Dynology's work for McCain's campaign in 2008. I did not know at that time Manafort's connection to all of that. In 2009, I was working at the JMISC at MacDill. I wasn't anywhere near the corporate office in D.C. and in Virginia, in Tyson's Corner at the Towers Crescent, 15th floor. But they were, right? So if what I'm saying is true, which it is, again, huge problem, because they're going to win every damn election. But if Shadowgate, if the arrest of an American journalist, if Shadowgate, if ShadowNet becomes a conversation in 22, if it becomes a conversation in 22, they aren't going to be able to use it like that, right? Or look at it this way. If you're a conservative, right, and you like the fact that, let's say you're an establishment conservative, never Trumper, and you like what happened to the mega on J6, right? If you're not careful, the monitoring of what I'm exposing here, the enforcement on what I'm exposing here is going to be strictly one-sided. It's going to be enforced strictly to the Republicans. And what does that mean? That means it's not going to help out your conservative, your establishment Republican friends. It's going to help out the Democrats, right? But what I want to do is point out, go to clearforce.com, that we need to clean this up by 22 so that both the Democrats and the Republicans are unable to use taxpayer-funded social media psychological warfare applications for a competitive advantage against someone who might otherwise be a far more qualified, honest, good American to fill such an important position as our Congress, right? So not only did my contact know of ShadowNet, he had worked with the program for several years and had used it during tactical operations against enemy forces and terrorist organizations. He was unhesitating in his confirmation. He also confirmed Bergy's story regarding which government contractors were involved in the development and refinement of ShadowNet. which you can confirm even with the contract numbers I provided from 07 and 08. Probably most disturbing was my source's final confirmation. The fact these private companies retained access to and use of ShadowNet after completing their contracted work. On behalf of the U.S. government, this is a cyber and psyops warfare equivalent of a military contractor creating a new kinetic weapon and, after helping the military use it, being told you can go ahead and keep using those hypersonic missiles. Feel free to use them if you want. Bergy's assertion the contractors behind ShadowNet took that program with them into the civilian world is a fact. Emphasis added. PSYOP subject matter experts. So, it is a fact that we took that and made it commercial. I have the flyers. Those flyers I can show you the original headers. I've got the original emails from 8, 9, 10. Hell, I was a subject matter expert in content management, knowledge management. I'm a subject matter expert in cyber forensics, right? So if you know how, I know how to do these things. I know I can stand behind every damn thing I said. Yet I've got trolls in here that are defending a damn time traveler that according to Patrick Bergy, lies all the time. Deceptive, can't be trusted for anything, and in fact did it for 3 hours in a row to his investigators that were trained to determine whether or not somebody's a liar. Somebody who was trained to determine whether or not someone's a liar, right here in this article, looked at me. And his conclusions were that I was being forthright and honest. At least I believe what I said. Yeah, I did. So if I'm believing what I'm saying, and I can support that, I can even support that with my Facebook post. Well, then you got a problem. Bergy believes he can see ShadowNet out in the wild, no longer constrained by military or other government oversight. I absolutely can. And you can too. Follow the damn contracts. There's at least 3 companies in Texas that are doing that, that were prior Navy guys that had IAA contracts and launched a company. Like I said, it's a boutique business now. Bergy believes ShadowNet was used during the 2008 presidential elections. He also alleges ShadowNet, whether by that name or some other moniker, was used to foment chaos among other U.S. populations, and that chaos resulted in numerous destructive riots across the country the last few years. He believes ShadowNet, or some new iteration or variation of it, is manipulating social media and influencing the minds of our citizens. He believes ShadowNet has been deployed with news media organizations in order to push specific narratives designed to create strife between our citizens. Yes, I do. I have evidence of that to go along with it. Of course, there is no way to verify those specific claims. Well, there are, but not in what he did, but law enforcement sure as hell could. It could simply be a tremendous fear that he has, a form of paranoia, or he could absolutely be right. There's just no way to know at this point. Powerful people would have to come forward and admit to these activities. We all know what a rare occasion that is. More likely, it'll remain a mystery. I'm more optimistic. I am. He's probably right, but I am. As far as U.S. SOCOM's ShadowNet existence, use, and eventual migration out of the military environment into the civilian world is concerned, Patrick Bergy's claims have been verified by experts who work in the system and were intimately familiar with the overall program. Another ShadowNet, right? So now he's getting into the 91st Cyber Brigade out of Virginia. I put in a request. I spoke directly to the J6 committee guy. I said, listen, I don't know. No harm, no foul. They're using the same damn name. It has the definitions of VMs and other things. I could easily describe the ShadowNet that I built. If I was going to describe it for something like that, I could describe it as a training thing. So I asked him, I said, man, just look into this. Again, if I'm wrong, no harm, no foul, right? If I'm right, holy shit. If I'm right, our government deployed tactical social media psychological warfare applications by the U.S. military on Americans. It doesn't get any more treasonous or illegal as that. So it kind of seems like maybe you're going to want to look into that and confirm, because I am a credible whistleblower. Unlike Lynn Wood's quote-unquote credible whistleblower, which I don't think, to my knowledge, provided Lynn Wood even an ounce of forensically verifiable information. Maybe I'm wrong. I'll probably never be able to find that answer out. So here we go on to this. ShadowNet is a custom, and I'm gonna go to the break here in a very short bit. Let me skip down here. He doesn't think that not so, says my subject matter expert. So his subject matter expert saying nope. He said, based on seemingly unrelated descriptions provided for the Cyber Brigade ShadowNet and the ShadowNet used by U.S. SOCOM personnel, we cannot assume these platforms are the same program. No, you can't, but we need to verify it, right? We need to verify whether or not that's true. Many conspiracy theories did make the assumption once the word of the 91st cyber announcement spread throughout conspiracy theory spaces. These theorists openly declared that the National Guard announcement provided verification. ShadowNet documentary and that article confirmed their previous allegations. Now, I think at some point, I may have skipped over it, not sure. I think he made a suggestion that because this wasn't even in Shadowgate 1. No, it wasn't. This was brought to my attention after I had already shot the stuff for Shadowgate 1. And it may have even been brought to my attention officially even after ShadowNet was out, or Shadowgate was out. We did include it in Shadowgate 2. As soon as someone showed me that, I remember where I was. I was on Millie and Gavin's farm when I saw that. So as a matter of fact, I had driven back from Austin, Texas. I went to D.C., then I went back to Millie and Gavin's farm, and we filmed Shadowgate 2. That's when I saw it. That's when somebody brought it to my attention. I was like, holy crap. And I make a couple very strong arguments for it. Again, they're using a trademarked name. Well, that's not legal. But then, like this guy said, maybe it's just something, right? You can go back and forth. I can't say whether it is or it isn't. I can absolutely say that it's also important to note that cybersecurity operations and psychological warfare operations are essentially unrelated fields. No, that's not true. A piece of software used for the purposes described in my sources would probably have little value to an organization whose mission differs entirely. Securing the military's networks from cyber attacks or potentially attacking the enemy's networks as an offensive action. Although incredibly important and critical, just isn't the same sort of psychological warfare. But, I'm not going to pull it up right now, but you all know the IIA, you can go right to the Force Psychological Operation Group's website. Well, it's been updated now. But at the time, under IIA, it has the IIA nomenclature in the description of it. And it says in there that IIA and CNO, Computer interactive internet activities, and CNO, computer network operations, support the overall IO mission, right? So it actually fits just perfectly. Cybersecurity operations, CNO, computer network operations. CNO falls under cybersecurity operations. No, it absolutely, not only are they not unrelated fields, they're literally both used in the IIA, in the description of the IIA nomenclature, by the Force Psychological Operations Group, so which is easily verifiable. Value, whose mission to securing the military's networks from cyber attacks. There we go. Clear exception would be in the event Cyber Command is giving offensive missions or is asked to help track hostile network activity. But see, that's not true, right? Since the USS SOCOM SATNet suite is known to have been several programs working together, it is possible one or two of the aspects of that overall program became useful for cybersecurity forces and was implemented into their own network. Locating enemy forces, server networks was one aspect of the original ShadowNet program, as confirmed by both Bergy and my PsyOps SME. Any aspect of the US SOCOM's ShadowNet making its way into the 91st Cyber Brigade's online training environment. Absolutely. I totally agree. Only speculation. But it seems kind of important, right? So again, no harm, no foul. He is waiting. He made contact with the 91st Cyber Brigade's office and provided them with a list of important questions that would lay this naming issue to rest between US SOCOM 91st Cyber versions of ShadowNet. Awesome. If and when the PAO sends their official statement, it'll be added to this story as an update. Well, that's going to need some approval. Final questions. Are former contractors, quote-unquote, renting out or selling access to powerful psychological warfare tools designed to track and influence enemy forces? Are those tools being employed against civilian populations via social media and news feeds? Are elections being manipulated in some way by nefarious agents with access to these tools? Those are questions we should ask. Am I convinced of it myself? Not entirely. Is it impossible? Is it possible? Perhaps. But I do know that up to those final questions, Patrick Bergy has been right the entire time. I've researched it, verified it, and double-checked it. My sources are unimpeachable in that they chose to speak out are unimpeachable if they chose to speak out publicly. When asked, the sources say they do not know the answers to those final questions. What they do say, however, is nearly as important. Bergy's assertions of making it, ShadowNet, and its derivatives available to political campaigns in order to influence elections could be true, right? And I've actually provided a lot of evidence supporting that. That is a story of the story I never expected to write. A story about a viral conspiracy theory that, at least within the context of the subject covered here, turned out to be true. Hopefully those researchers who have been ignoring and ridiculing Patrick Bergy give it a read. They owe him an apology. Excuse me. And that's awesome. Right? So, on that note, what I was going to do is take about a 15-minute break. All right? And let me do this here. I wonder if I can press the button to do a commercial. Manage predictions. 60-second ad right there. I'm going to go into a 15-minute break. Have a smoke, use the restroom, come back, and I want to play that. It's 9, 10, 11, 12. We're going to be up late. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. I do want to play. I do want to play maybe a couple of hours of that, for sure. I think it's absolutely worth it with what these guys are going into, and who knows? Maybe we'll learn something as we go. Through it and listen. I know I did, and like I said, I stopped listening to that that I'm gonna play next. I stopped listening to it because I'm like, oh my God, this is too good for me to just take clips out of it and put it together or do it from just clips. Nope, I got to do this without seeing it for the first time with you. And although I told you I've already watched the first hour, about the first hour of it, 1 hour and 4 minutes maybe. There were so many like blow my mind surprises going through that with the first hour that if it's anything like the first hour, the responses you're gonna get from me and the reactions, they're gonna be totally cool. But it's actually pretty. I think, pretty interesting. You're gonna find. So on that note, I am going to. I am going to. Well, if I put that stuff in it, I'm gonna play some Tom McDonald again. I'm gonna set the thing for 15 minutes. We're not starting yet. I'm gonna set the thing for the timer for 15 minutes. I'm gonna throw on some Tom McDonald because apparently he's come out and said there's no copyright infringements with him. If I can find it, where is it at? There it is. And hopefully it will just keep playing it. There we are. Here we go. We're going to go back to Fake Woke. Hopefully it keeps playing only Tom McDonald. Here we go. Fake Woke. There we are. We'll be good. All right, guys. So I'm going to start the countdown clock. And hopefully I'll see you back here in 15 minutes. Otherwise, thank you very much for tuning in to the show thus far. Again, if you can help out, even during the break, and you want to go ahead and do a pre-order on the book, you can drop a few dollars into the freedomstream.tv general fund. Anything you can do, subscribe to freedomstream.tv. Make a monthly commitment there. Anything you can do. And if you can't, I get it too. Don't feel bad. If you can't help out with a couple bucks or more, it'd be great if you could help out with like about 50,000 right now. But if you can't do that, then share this. That's a huge help too. Share this stuff out and ask questions. Learn, and I shall return.
I think it's crazy I'm the one who they labeled as controversial, and Cardi B is the role model for 12-year-old girls. There's rappers pushing Xanax at the top of the billboard, but if I mention race in a song, I'm scared I'll get killed for it. It's backwards, it's getting exponentially dumb. It's more difficult to get a job than purchase a gun. Eminem used to gay bash and murder his mom, and now he doesn't want fans if they voted for Trump. We're ashamed to be American. You should probably love it, cause you have the right to hate it and not get stoned to death in public. As children we were taught how to walk and talk, but the system wants adults to sit down and shut up. Cancel culture runs the world now, the planet went crazy. Label everything we say as homophobic or racist. If you're white, then you're privileged, guilty by association. All our childhood heroes got Me Too'd or they're rapists. They never freed the slaves. They realized that they don't need to change. They gave us tiny screens, we think we free cause we can't see the cage. They knew that race war would be the game they need to play. For people to big teams, they use the media to feed the flame. They so fake woke. Facts don't care about feelings, they won't tell me what to believe in. They so fake woke, say so fake woke. Facts don't care about your feelings. I think it's crazy how these people screaming facts, but they fake woke. Hate their neighbor cause he wears a mask or he stays home. Has a daughter but his favorite art Censorship's an issue because they choose what they erase. There's a difference between hate speech and speech that you hate. I think Black Lives Matter was the stupidest name when the system's screwing everyone exactly the same. I just want to spend Thanksgiving Day with food in my family without being accused of celebrating native casualties. We got so divided, it's black and white and political. Republicans are bigots, libtards if you're liberal. There's riots in our streets and it's just getting worse. Y'all screaming deep on the police, y'all are genius for sure. They're underfunded already, they're way too busy to work. Order food and call the cops, see what reaches you first. Segregation ended, that's a lie in itself. That was a strategy to make us think they were trying to help. They knew that racism was hot if they designed it to sell. Buy up every single box and divide us ourselves.
They so fake woke. Facts don't care about feelings. They know they won't tell me what to believe in. They so fake woke. Same old, same songs. They so fake woke. Facts don't care about your feelings.
Violence to get peace and wonder why it isn't working. That's like sleeping with the football team to try and be a virgin. Politicians are the same when someone always makes the purchase. You and I cannot afford it. Our democracy is working. If a man has mental illness, call him crazy. Say it silently. When country's going crazy, we accept it as society. Get sick and take a pill. When the side effects get you high, you get addicted like these rappers dying, fighting with sobriety. Censoring the facts turns our children into idiots. They claim it's for our safety. I'll tell you what it really is. Removing information that empowers all the citizens. The truth doesn't damage points of view that are legitimate. We're trying to change amen to amen and women. How'd we let them make praying a microaggression? Instead of asking God for the strength to keep winning, we cheat to get ahead and then we ask him for forgiveness. Feminism used to be the most righteous of fights, but these days it feels like they secretly hate guys. I don't trust anyone who bleeds for a week and don't die. Just kidding, but everything else that I said is right.
They so fake woke. Facts don't care about feelings. They know they won't tell me what to believe in. They so fake woke. Same old, same songs. They so fake woke. Facts don't care about your feelings.
If you lie to the government, they'll put you in prison. But when they lie to all of us, it's called being a politician. You think taking guns away will save our kids from the killings? But you're pro-choice, abortion kills way more children. If America's so terrible and racist, it probably isn't safe to encourage immigration. Just saying, all the contradictions are embarrassing. You know who hates America the most? Americans. Trigger warnings used to be on TV for seizures, and now they're everywhere to protect millennials' feelings. He, she, his, him, hers, them, they. Screw a pronoun, cause everyone's a retard these days. We hear them preaching at the protest that hatred's the problem, but hating straight men, white folks, and Christians is common. Coca-Cola telling people they should be less white. They preach intolerance, but if you disagree, they fight. There's a race war here, elections based off fear. Black lives only matter once every 4 years. Soldiers died for this country, every one of us benefits. Get well back to the polls and forget about the veterans. Black folks and white folks divided by the news. But we are all the same, we are red, white, and blue. Ashamed to be American, okay, that's cool. Cause honestly, we are all ashamed to be across the street from a liquor store. Empowering women used to be different than this before. The role models got OnlyFans or dance on a stripper pole. Screw it, I ain't tripping, I don't mean to be mean, but if our children are the future, then our future is bleak. They take an Adderall to focus, hit McDonald's to eat. They're addicted to phones and making addicts to sleep. The burger lines dividing communism and democracy. 2021, we break the patriots. Nazis and men playing women's sports and trophies for women. Like right to celebrate a man for beating some women. If you're black, your life matters, you're supposed to embrace it. If you're rich or you're smart, then you're probably Asian. If you're gay, then you're brave. All of that I'm okay with. But if you're white, the stereotype is you are a racist. Blaming capitalism like that's the reason things are tough. When you tweet from an iPhone, sip on a Starbucks, you're supporting what you sell a couple mixtapes. I'm not afraid to take my face in my name. Pasted on the front. I'm already famous and you'll never change my name. Plan to take it away. My mind wait to write my rhymes different. Trying to find limits in my mind. Music is denied winning. This is purifier. This is white privilege. I do what I want. Get up and listen. Give me the time. Out of my closet. Out of my crib. And I'm bonded. That's the case. That's where I'm at.
Call me the Joker. Call me the fool. When she calls, I always seem to lose my cool. Baby,
children.
Hey, no playlist, no pay clicks, no fake.
Rappers call me gay cause my braids pink.
Yo, make me go crazy, so wasted.
Front row at my show, I'm her favorite. I'm famous, they basically hate that I made it. Get paid more in a day than they claim on their paycheck. I'm patient, but say my name again, I ain't playing. I'll buy the place that you stay in, then raise the rent to the space in your parents' basement is vacant.
They call me privileged, y'all can't admit that I'm gifted. I did it without a label's assistance. I made the business decisions, I overcame the addictions. Lived in the streets, got evicted, kicked it with killers and strippers. But still my vision was different. I bought a mic, started spitting, produced the beats and I mixed it. I turned my hand into a fist and flipped the bird to the system. I prayed I'd finish my mission and keep my image consistent. I fixed the parts that were missing and switched the gas and the pistons. It's mathematics and physics, I had to travel the distance. I had to add some ambition and then subtract my suspicions. I wanted castles and riches, headed for caskets or prisons. I battled classes, I liquor with cannons.
I thought I'd throw that one in there real quick. Not that it matters. Good God. Coughing a little bit there. My bad. So, oh my God. There we go. Hope everybody enjoyed their break. Let me do this here. There. And there. And there.
They attack you for trying to report about II.
Okay, so in the this is the knowledge fight. If you've been watching the first part of it, you'll see that we discussed the article, The Curious Case of Patrick Bergy. He is a curious case for sure. One thing I did notice, again, I want to thank everybody who's been commenting and contributing to the conversation in the Twitch thread and in the YouTube thread. Apologize, this isn't going out on Facebook. That's still a work in process right now. Although you can comment on freedomstream.tv/Bergy-BIT. You can comment there at the live stream, logging in as a Facebook user with your Facebook account. So someone had everyone. These guys are assholes, by the way. Some people apparently, some people want. Have other things that they like to talk about and discuss. Anybody who knows me knows that I stay focused on one thing, and that's the area in which I'm a subject matter expert and actually a fact witness. Again, I'm not just here as eye candy. That's clearly the case. And so I do. I don't do that to be a dick. I don't not talk about Israel because I have some issue with Brendan O'Connell, although I do have some issue with him. I don't trust him at all. He's clearly an asset working with Jason Funes. So to me, and the responses I've gotten back from Brendan were just that, right? And I can give two shits about Brendan, right? If something comes up that is relevant to the subject at hand of which I'm talking about and I have knowledge on, and it happens to involve or overlap with something that Brandon does, great. I'll talk about it, but not because Brandon, right? And in fact, if Brandon is talking about it, I'll almost certainly double or triple check it because of his relationship with Jason Funes, who's a freaking complete sociopath. He was there. I can't. Yeah, right. So I haven't really been able to follow to it all of Dominion, UK, GCHQ, Italy. The signed confession of the operating team. They flipped the data to the CIA server farm in Frankfurt drain. But, Zara Drew, some of these things were actually claims like the Frankfurt servers and the Seidel connection. That was actually in Shadowgate. So it's kind of relevant, but it was information put into Shadowgate by Tory, which I'm going to assume was also connected to Byrne with it. Probably, you know, Laura Logan, the whole crew, Stone, all of them. They were inserting stuff about, like, related to Dominion into Shadowgate 3 months before the damn election. So I would highly question all of that stuff, Zara Drew, about the GCH, about Dominion. I mean, I don't question about GCHQ. I've actually pointed out a couple people that I am virtually certain are GCHQ. That's actually in my book. So the forthcoming book. So let me look here. Those islands for combat human trafficking. Again, that kind of goes out of areas that I have any expertise on or could offer you any legitimate information on. And really, you know, I don't know who can offer you legitimate information. I know people that can, you know, talk about it and relay other people's, relay second and third hand information on it. But how much, I can't trust any of that. I really can't. And I don't have time to verify it or anything. After I get this squared away, though, I will. So I'm going to fire up the knowledge fight. These guys are, I'm telling you right now, these guys are freaking, you know, I will go into it. Again, they're comedians. I do, you know, I did comedy on Wednesdays with Kevin Holly's show. I like to think hopefully we were a little funnier than these guys. But we were definitely more accurate. I was definitely more accurate for sure. Although I haven't gotten to the point where they would have really been going into stuff where Troy was, adding to it. But I can certainly, it's going to be kind of fun listening to this because of the verification that Ross had done on the stuff. It's pretty interesting.
But
so let
me.
You gonna make it through? Fire this up.
Probably not. The big news over this weekend was that Millie Weaver, a.k.a. Rainbow Snatch, was arrested in her home in Ohio.
She got snatched, if you will.
By a rainbow.
By a rainbow.
That was a policeman.
Yes.
Along with her husband, Gavin Wintz. The self-shot video of her arrest started making the rounds on Friday, and immediately people started to have some reasonable, skeptical responses. And immediately, I took that as the bat signal.
Yeah, you got to do that.
I something like this happens, I'm like, well, okay, I better get a solid footing on what's going on.
Right.
Oh, God, it's the worst.
She was arrested by Commissioner Gordon.
It's the worst kind of thing for me, because it's like, well, it's sort of a double-edged sword. It's the best and the worst in terms of like, okay, I'm fucking bored with what Alex has been doing lately. So this is nice. Throws me a curveball.
Yeah.
On the other hand, it's fucking Millie Weaver, and it's nonsensical. And so it's like, I don't know. Anyway, for one thing, this is Millie, who works at InfoWars. So it's best not to take anything that she does at face value. There's a lot of skepticism, like I said, floating around. There is a verification that's required for claims that are being made by people like her. So when I saw the video of her arrest, I delayed making any judgments. The tape itself is full of things you could point to in order to build a case that the whole thing seems staged. For one, there only appears to be one officer there to arrest her, which seems suspicious. Additionally, the officer allows Millie to continue recording or streaming as he conducts the arrest, which at no point involves handcuffs.
No, that's a regular thing that they do, right?
The officer allows Millie to go back in the house unaccompanied to get some shoes, which seems like something a cop taking a person into custody wouldn't do, seeing as it's possible that...
Keep in mind that this arrest was all thrown out of court as bullshit. But then the judge had it all sealed. That was kind of interesting. And it was a sealed indictment to begin with from something that was done back in April. Millie, Gavin would have had no possible idea whatsoever that was going to happen. However, I do have to interrupt and interject that it's entirely possible that the cops showing up when they did was because of a raccoon. A pissed off raccoon. A John Gotti level pissed off raccoon because I shot two of his brothers who were eating our chickens, eating Gavin and Millie's chickens, Gavin and Millie's chickens were making the eggs for Gavin and Millie's breakfast. And so I actually took out 3 of the 5. I think I got 2 of them like when they first came out. They were over by the chicken coop. And I got those guys pretty close range, maybe 25 meters at the most, maybe 15, 20 meters at the most. But after that, we went inside. And we weren't inside but for a couple minutes. And one of the raccoons went and murdered one of the chickens. Didn't take it, just went in there and killed it. That was like next level. Like you kill one of ours, we'll kill one of yours. So like I think it was maybe the next day, and I was just sitting there constantly looking across the field. They have a big field. It's their farm in Ohio, and I saw a raccoon like way out at the end of the tree line. It's about 160 feet. Pretty safe bet to the tree line. And I had my 380, and I just went bing, and I hit that son-of-a-bitch. A couple days later, I left, and Gavin and his brother, or Millie's brother, Chuck, who was also one of the people arrested, they had been using a BB gun to try to shoot the raccoons with, which is only gonna, assuming you actually hit one, it's just kind of a mean thing to do. It's not gonna kill them. Stick a BB in their ass. So after I left and they saw how effective my 380 was, Chuck decided to order a 22 long rifle. When he went down to do that, which was like right after the July 4th weekend, Ohio required him to fill out a form, a request, and he waited about a month. It took like maybe 3 weeks, I think, because August 14th he got a call to come. That's the day that, like literally, he was backing out of the driveway. I was on the phone with Gavin. Chuck was backing out of the driveway to go, because the gun store had just called him up and said his request had been authorized to go ahead and get to purchase the gun. So he was literally leaving to go pick up the gun that he was going to use to kill the raccoon. The one remaining raccoon that I didn't kill that had killed the chickens, right? And so, literally, as he's backing out of the driveway to go pick up the 22, the cops pulled in. Okay, so the problem, the argument I've actually made on this is that I think the raccoon had some sort of psyop going on where it was their plan, and getting and that when Chuck got the phone call to go pick up the 22, that triggered something with the state to where they were like, oh shit, he's going to pick up a weapon. We have a sealed indictment, so we can't deny him the weapon, or he'd be going, why? And they'd have to say, well, because it's a sealed indictment, you're not allowed to know about a sealed indictment. So I think possibly the damn raccoons pulled a psyop, and it was the call to go pick up the raccoon gun that triggered the police to go when they did, which happened to be when Millie and Gavin were uploading. They had just finished Shadowgate. It was actually a couple days behind. That is why I no longer shoot raccoons. They are my spirit animals. Now, I'll give Ross that one. That is a conspiracy theory that I don't, in fact, have a lot of information on that. Yep, damn raccoons, right? So I'll give Russ that one. He had mentioned in the thing that I sometimes go out on some wild theories. That would be one of them. But I would also argue that even though it's true, every word I said, I just think it's funny. So we will continue.
The suspect could have a weapon in the house. They could take people in the house hostage, or they could flee out the back of the house. It's tactically a weird thing to see on the tape, and it naturally causes a bit of doubt to creep into viewers' minds. A couple of important things to keep in mind, though, are that Millie and her husband are white, and this is Diamond, Ohio, which is an unincorporated community in northeastern Ohio. There's a population there of 2,700. There's a possibility that the policing there is closer to Andy Griffith than current-day normal cities. So some of the discrepancies in the actual video didn't really actually raise that many red flags for me as they might have to some. It seems like a lot of it seems weird, and it is weird, but it's probably not proof of anything being staged or fake. Plus, the arrest... Plus, the arrest itself is pretty boring. And if it were faked, you'd think they'd be able to amp up the drama a little bit.
That would be fun.
Maybe get her tackled.
Boring. I watched as her kids, her child, his Millie and Gavin's son, was crying, saying, "Mama ain't never coming home." No. See, that's one of the things I wanted to point out with this. I wanted people to listen to this and listen how people sound. And then let them understand that what was a joke to these guys was a child almost losing his mother. She had no idea of any of that going on. That's all proven fact now. What these guys were joking about, for what I'm assuming is probably very low ratings to begin with, in my opinion, was just an example of why we shouldn't be taking situations like this and perhaps reviewing them on unfunny comedy shows.
Ooh. The thing that I found the most suspicious about this, and now since then there's been
Millie Weaver.
Well, certainly. and there's been confirmation that she actually was arrested.
Sure.
We don't know a whole lot of the details because we're recording this on Sunday, and apparently the last I heard she's supposed to go before a judge on Monday. So we'll know more at that point.
Sure.
But for now,
Not
it's a
even out of
little
jail
bit
when
of
they recorded
a question mark. But the thing that I found the most suspicious was that on the day of her arrest, August 14th, through an associate's YouTube channel, she released her expose documentary called Shadowgate. Millie purports this to be the most dangerous, biggest whistleblowing event of all time, and it seems almost too perfect that she would get arrested and then they would release the documentary. It's so perfect in its optics and serves as a kind of conspiracy media blitz that money could never buy. It gives the film the appearance of authenticity and creates a whirlwind of buzz.
Totally.
Looking at this rationally, there are a couple of general possibilities that seem to be in front of us. The first is that the globalists, or whoever, had Millie arrested because they were worried about the documentary that she was making. This seems dumb from their standpoint because she's been talking about this documentary for a while, and any globalist worth their salt would know that arresting a person makes an expose documentary. It only gives them more legitimacy, and the gullible audiences they prey on will eat that up.
Yeah.
The incident that resulted in the sealed indictment was Millie and Gavin and their brother Chuck caught their mom. This is how they explained it to me, how Millie and Gavin explained it to me. They caught her mom in their basement right around the 20th, right around the same time that they had reached out to me. Around the same, actually, if I'm not mistaken, Gavin said it was like the same day that my book arrived. So they had already ordered my book, and it had arrived, Victim of the Swamp. And they went downstairs and they caught their mom taking pictures of the computers in the studio where all this stuff, all this information and their collaboration was. And so from that, apparently they like took the mom's phone because she was recording their work on claims that I was putting out. Now, would I have cared? No. I hadn't given them anything I hadn't put into my key tam that I filed in federal court. But although that was sealed, I didn't put anything in there that I hadn't talked about publicly. I want that up again. Right? So that was completely not unreasonable. What they were saying is like, oh, what was the likely? Well, actually, if you understand the full context of it like I do now, literally, what started the indictment was them interrupting their mom collecting information. Now, and again, I don't have any, right? But let's just take this. Let's say that somebody had gotten to their mom. And if that's not a conspiracy type theory thing, it could have been somebody that, it was, as I understand it, like through Millie and Gavin's, through Millie's mom, that her, like a guy that she was dating, who now apparently does horrible, hateful YouTube videos on pretty much everybody in the family. It was that boyfriend who was connected to her mom's boyfriend, who got them the job at who got them the job at InfoWars, right? First, okay, you put Millie's kids at risk. Who, me? Is this truth will set us free? You put Millie's kids. You are the bad guy. Is he talking about me? See now, needs more money for toys, I guess. So if he's talking about me putting it, I'm looking at the thread. Truth will set us free. It's calling somebody a liar and said that somebody was responsible for their kids getting arrested. What are for their mom getting arrested with the kids? And in fact, I mean, that's just a fact, right? That's just a fact. It's actually quite easily verifiable fact. What's not a fact is you put Millie's kids at risk. No, Millie and Gavin reached out to me. I did not reach out to them. Their job inherently, that type of job inherently puts anybody at risk around them. They were doing a report. They were doing a report on windmills in like Dakota or somewhere. Don't quote me on where it is. And as I understand the story, and I believe it, they were the timing on them, on a guy running a red light just before Millie had given birth to her son. Put him in the hospital, put them all in the hospital. But they believe very strongly that wasn't an accident, that was related to work that they were doing on a windmill that they were exposing with like windmill stuff. So if somebody makes a claim that somehow I put somebody at risk, well, that would just be inaccurate and untrue. If anybody put anybody at risk, it would have been Tori, because of the people she's working with. Fat ass loser. I'm just kind of missing somebody. It's just got a truth will set you free. It's just you have no friends. Oh, wow. Hi, Tori. Right. Look at that. That's funny. But you know what's cool? You can just say no followers yet. Yeah. But see, what's funny is the people that are like watching this, people that are watching this are actually looking at you going, you know, because they just saw me talking about Clear Forest. They saw me talking about all these things. They see you in here and they're like, yep. Yeah. So I just let you guys expose yourselves. Let me see here. Ironically, just called Bergy an asset 15 minutes ago. And as soon as she started her movie, she jumped on. She's jumped on here. She is. She is. She's in such a freak out mode right now. Now that you're in here, why don't you tell your friends how it's going with the kid that during the Sweet 16 party that walked up on the balcony of your precious Sweet 16 party that you say I somehow ruined and slit his wrists. Ask him how CPS is doing, who were notified when the ambulance showed up at your Sweet 16 party when someone slit their wrists, who was going to jump off the building. What Tori does with her lies, like her lies to Lynn Wood about me. See, these things do damage to everyone around him. The kid's broken her kid's as mentally broken as you can get, really. And I feel sorry for her. I do. The kid that reportedly stood on the balcony, slit his wrists, was taken away in an ambulance, and has now started an investigation. You know, it's because all the lies and all of these games that these people are playing, they just break these kids' minds. They're casualties of their war. They jump in my thread to try to discredit me. She does. Or her assets. Although she's losing assets quickly. She is. She really is. The guy that did this, right here, the curious case of Patrick Bergy, he wasn't able to my knowledge, and I don't want to speak for him, but he actually says it's basically all the shit that Tori put in there. Anything other than what I put in there, he couldn't prove or validate. It was bullshit, right? Just bullshit. Just bullshit. See, Tori, she lives this fabricated life. She's hijacked my legitimate true story that I back up with facts. IG complaints, numbers you can verify forensically, memorandums of record, videos of me and my IIA team in Iraq, Facebook postings from back in 2007, because I actually have a life and a family and everything, passports, which I literally have, right here, that I have online, that you can see. It was in shadowgate. To my knowledge, has she ever provided a passport? Has she ever provided anything? I'm trying to understand what's Tori's. I mean, I saw when I was in Tori's apartment. I don't remember seeing, and I was in like all three of her apartments. The apartment where her little fuckboy Nathan is, that her supporters pay for, that she stole from Millie and Gavin. That was their producer, right? That guy, that place, there was no Harvard law degree on the wall, or Harvard medical degree on the wall. There was, I was over at her main apartment, and there was no Harvard diploma on any wall that I remember. I was over at the previous, at her other apartment, which is on the same floor as that one, just in another side of the same complex. Hugely expensive places. I was there, and I saw no Harvard. Although I did see an interview of Tori on where she's Dr. Tori Morris Linderman, with, you know, Harvard educated, right? Hey, Tori, it's the internet. You know, these things, they kind of stick around. There's no way she is who she says she is. There's no way. I mean, I know for a fact. I was literally with her, embedded with her, for 2.5 months in D.C. Never trusted a damn thing she said or did. And you can ask, although Scott Bennett likes, all these people like to remain neutral, you can ask anybody. Did Bergy ever trust a damn thing Tori said? The whole time they were in D.C., not a damn word. Not a damn word. And if you don't believe me, Patrick Byrne, who has a team of people that are trained to spot liars, spent 3 hours with Tori. I was there when they dropped her off, and she said that she had been drugged, and they made her lie for 3 hours. She was otherwise just a super honest person, but because they drugged her with a hand sanitizer or something, she lied for 3 hours. And Patrick Byrne literally responded to me in an email that was to be put in my book, public. And he responded, and he included that interview that his investigators did, his bullshit investigators did for Tori, and found out that she was completely bullshit. And he put that in his response to me. Now, she says she was drugged. Well, oh my God. If you were drugged, the only person who would have drugged you would have been Patrick Byrne. Those were his people. So you're saying Patrick Byrne drugged you and made you lie for 3 hours? You need to explain that. Patrick Byrne needs to explain why he's pushing Tori's bullshit across the country right now when he puts out a letter saying she's full of shit. Patrick Byrne needs to explain himself for that. Don't you think? You know, he's begging to go. I wonder if he's still begging to go testify in front of the J6 committee after I spoke with him. Maybe not. Maybe not. His connection to Tori, I don't give a shit. What little letter he's got in a safe. His connection to Tori, absolutely damning. So what do we got here? Okay, back to this. I got drifting off on there, but that was. It looks like there was clearly Tori in there, and if that was Tori in there, that was really stupid. Or anybody who thinks that they're doing Tori a favor, if you sit there, and attack me clearly as an asset of Tori, when I'm just sitting here talking about Shadowgate, I wasn't even talking about Tori or anything. You literally stopped me for several minutes to explain what a broken, sociopathic, human, I don't even like to use the word human, but she's not actually an alien. That's just a fucking fake patch. You know, people get implants done, horns put into their head and shit. And they get that done through surgeries and stuff. And that's all that was with Tori's thing. That was a joke with her on the belly button. Yeah, it was. Do you talk to Millie and Gavin? No, I do not. I love Millie and Gavin. They probably hate me now because I came out the way that I did. And me doing this right here, right now, is causing their family and them problems, obviously. They would rather that I don't. But I can't not. Again, I started this in 2015 before any of these people reached out to me. I don't want anything bad to happen to anybody. I really don't. I think this is really important. Go to clearforce.com. Again, these people like to focus on me. Are you kidding me? No, she had a freaking skin patch put over it. So, over her belly button. So, it's like literally, you can see it's a square patch. It's not even, she probably had a surgery. She probably had a surgery where, like a hernia or something. And she says she uses that to claim she's an alien. It's an interesting skin suit she chose. But again, so, if you want to attack me on that stuff, go right ahead. I'll stop and square everything away. Not get mad. I get my sweat going here. I got a joint that I've been smoking that I'm going to light up again here in just a moment. And play this some more. Because I'm not going to get through this very quick at all if I don't. And this is like really good stuff. This is really good. I mean, I think what I've already, other than the stop that I made for whoever the hell that was in there, probably almost certainly Tory or Thought Criminal. Other than that, the stuff that I think that I was pointing out here really helps, is really cool to look at a year later, especially when you consider what all this was connected to, because this was all connected to everything that we're seeing today.
Reject this as an explanation, unless solid evidence is provided that would support this conclusion.
Yeah, considering that we do have a recent day example of what would happen in Edward Snowden. You know, if the globalists wanted to do Millie like they do Edward Snowden for releasing all this information,
well,
we would be in a very different situation.
Certainly. I think, I believe that InfoWars has actually shit on a number of whistleblower types who have gotten a lot harsher.
Thought criminal.
I don't know.
Yeah.
The second possibility is that Millie was arrested because of this documentary, but it's because something she did in the course of the creation of it that was illegal. There could be an issue like she stole documents or something, and that could be the case, although I see no evidence that that's the case. When more information is available, we can reassess this as a possibility. The third possibility is this arrest has nothing to do with the documentary, but it's being used to promote the film all the same.
It was damn raccoons.
I have no reason definitively to believe that this is the case, but it seems like the most likely explanation, and here are the reasons that I feel that way.
Okay.
1, the documentary was done, fully edited with voiceover and credits completed prior to the arrest. It was waiting to be released, which could have been done at any time. 2, Millie does not seem all that surprised in the arrest when the officer is there. She's not happy about the situation, but the way she behaves in the video does not match who we've been led to believe that she is. She's Rainbow Snatch. She's the reporter who would go confront Antifa face to face. It doesn't seem like she would also be the person to passively accept being subject to what she thinks is an unlawful...
She's a mother. She's a mother that was on her farm with her kids in front of her. You moron.
...arrest for reporting on the powerful elite. If anything in her documentary is to be believed, then she has to know that the second she gets in that car, she's going to prison for a long time because this is a setup.
Yeah.
What is she supposed to do? Take their gun and shoot her way out of it? These guys are morons. They really are.
We'll get to why she would have to know that towards the end of this. Overall, though, her affect and behavior does not strike me as the way an InfoWars reporter would respond to an unexpected arrest they believe to be about their reporting. Kind of seems like...
If it were me,
kind of seems like going through the motions.
If I were going to stage the arrest as an InfoWars reporter, I think what I would go for is an indignant kind of resignment. You know, like, officer, cuff me, and you put out both your fists right next to each other, and you're like,
No, no,
take
no.
me to jail.
No, passive. I think the way you would go is like passive non-compliance.
Okay.
Like make them drag you to the
Yeah,
car or
okay.
something like that.
That's not bad.
That would be the
I've
sort of
handcuffed
adult
myself to the door of your car. Shit.
on the inside.
Yeah, exactly. God damn it.
Yeah.
I lured myself.
She also did have a loomer shirt on while she was
What
getting
an
arrested.
idiot.
That's
No,
an
I don't
interesting
think that there's
point.
any chance that it was staged as a whole.
Sure.
Or even largely. I just think that there's a decent chance that she knew that there was a warrant out for her arrest or something.
Or she got a phone call.
Any of these things
Yeah,
are possible.
any-
but I don't have any reason to know that. Like, I don't have any
Right,
evidence
right.
of that. I'm just saying it's weird the documentary was completely ready to go. It got posted online almost immediately afterwards.
Yeah.
She doesn't seem surprised. There's someone else there to take care of her kid.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, that was her sister who lives there, who's not capable of taking care of her child on her own. Not really. Minna. Millie and Minna used to... They used to do a dance show. Are you guys ready? Millie and Minna started their workout doing years ago in California. Minna actually has, as I understand it, the voice of an angel. She really does. This... MinnaandMillie.com. That was their producer in Hollywood had actually reserved that name for them back like a long time ago. It is my belief that our little friends over at InfoWars, who bought this and owned this site, did that. So, you see how people think they just understand everything, don't they? They're like, oh, wow, it's all so simple. It's actually, at least I find it to be quite complicated. What, no comments on that? No comments on that whatsoever. Did we go offline? What did the trolls have to say about that website that I just showed you? I mean, does anybody have any comments on that? Millie and Minna were supposed to get a show, a Hollywood show. They were out in Hollywood for years. But if you go to, and in fact, as I understand it, their producer, is the one who purchased, the guy that was going to produce their show. They were going to actually have their own Hollywood show. And as I understand it, the producer of that show purchased this domain. They never, Minna and Millie never owned it, right? But if you go to minnaandmillie.com, look, Millie, M-I-N-N, minnaandmillie.com, which was their website by the producer, it resolves now to FBI.gov. Y'all think this is so fucking simple to figure out, don't you? Yeah, why would you be talking about Webb right now? George Webb. If you want to talk about James Webb, I'd be happy to talk about that. That was a beautiful launch, and I'm looking forward to that, getting some incredible images. I have zero interest in talking about James Webb. But, yeah, interesting, isn't it? Interesting. There's just so many people. This is what I got dragged into. I didn't ask for any of this. I got pulled into Tory's little game. But The Curious Case of Patrick Bergy, which I told you, you're going to love this book, will have a very good ending. There we go. Thanks about. They never counted on Bergy flipping this shit. That's a fact. Well, they should have. Hip. I actually like to think I'm kind of predictable. I actually think Millie and Gavin did this on purpose. I think they wanted this to be exposed. I mean, I know they did. I think they were attacked for doing this. I think when this is all said and done, and I stand by this to this day, we're gonna owe them fucking medals. Our country will. But it's gonna get really confusing. It is. They could even come at me and attack me. I'm still gonna stand behind what I say. I think if they do, that there's a reason for it. And remember, I just have a lot of knowledge on that I'm pretty sure you don't. So, I'm doing my best to put this together. Doing my absolute best to put this together. Is the FBI behind this shit? Kind of looks like it. Is the FBI behind InfoWars? Do some research on minnaandmillie.com. Check it out. Do your own research on how far back it resolves to FBI.com. Right? Almost seems as though it resolves to FBI.com when about the time they started for InfoWars. But that could just be almost certainly one of the guys at InfoWars just hacked it and forwarded it. I don't know. I know I'm attacked as a liar. I know nobody was coming to my defense. I'm attacked as being unstable and out to hurt people, hurt Lynn Wood. Oh, God, man, you have no idea about the lies. You have no idea about the lies. Back to this though. Actually, it's 10:17. It's been about an hour. Do you guys mind if we take about maybe 10 minutes? Take 10 minutes. I'm going to run a little 60-second ad here. Take about 10 minutes. Have a smoke break. I'm just going to have a smoke break, and I'm going to and probably a good idea to pee. And I'll be back, and we'll dig into this more. I'm actually in no hurry. Thanks very much, Hip. Hold on. I'm not going to play any music. Well, yeah, I could. I'm going to put it about 8. Well, I do have prostate issues, so we're going to set it at about.
about me, the whole team, yeah, they trying to cap. I'm concrete, but my demons hide in the cracks, I'm the one. I ain't bought liquor for months, and you're lucky I'm sober. I'm nuts when I'm drunk, mix the whiskey with soda. The man I become would invite you all over, put drugs in your punch. When you pass out, I'll wrap you in plastic and hit you with hammers and flatten your skull till it's crushed. I don't name names, I don't play games, I just aim, spray, and throw the guns. The rappers who hate act like family now. They trying to jack my style like some hand-me-downs. They want 1 million views, I want a Grammy now. And the closest they'll come is they Grammy's house. I don't even drink, but I'm planning how I can make a brewery in a massive house to give free booze out to these rapping clowns, and they can die using that to wash Sandy's down. I'm the most successful guy to hold a pencil. I've been great for so long. I'm born to flex and I became a machine made of iron. Check the side, peel the skin off and let the metal shine. I've been doing it for so long.
Done. I'm most renowned for what I didn't do. I've made decisions in my career that a lot of people have called insane. 2004, had $50 million deal on the table, and in a crisis of conscience, flipped the table over and walked away. Went to South Africa. Everyone said I was running away from the money. That is not true. In fact, I still want that money. The idea that I wanted to just share with you guys is the idea that sometimes you do what you think is best, whether anybody understands it or not. I heard a story about my father where someone told me he used to do statistics for a company in D.C. The company he did statistics for started doing business with the South African government, so he quit his job. It's caused a lot of problems between him and his wife. It's hard for a man when he can't provide for his family the way he wants to, and he suffered through it. And a generation later, when I had my crisis of conscience, I was able to go to a free South Africa and get away from the heat. This idea that what you do in your lifetime informs the generations that comes after you is something I keep thinking about, something that is so much bigger than just ourselves. And today I'm standing in front of you guys, and I know you guys are like, oh, I know you're bored. But I see family of mine in the front row some who I've never met, and I just realize how all of us are connected. That my great-grandfather built something more substantial than buildings. He built a community, and he built, more importantly than a community, he built a way.
He built a way. Johnny 10 Ounce over in YouTube land seems to think that the only reason someone would do something like this, or just who knows what the fuck that is. Obviously, it's not someone who's really either that informed, or it's someone who's working for, someone I'm exposing, I would suspect. But they seem to think it's like, oh, he's just upset because no one's helping him sell his books. It sucks. Not that no one's helping me sell I can sell my books just fine if I didn't have sociopaths like Johnny 10 Ounce and his friends that will just attack me with garbage like that, unverified, unsubstantiated, and in fact easily verifiable lies. I didn't I put this out in 2017. 3 years before I ever met or even knew who the hell Tory was, or George Webb. Who the fuck was George Webb in actually 2015 when I started writing this? Who the fuck was George Webb? I don't know. All I can speak for is myself. George Webb goes around. I don't to my knowledge, he's not like a whistleblower. He's someone who wants to be a journalist. His techniques and his actions post Shadowgate lost me as a viewer. The stuff he was doing with the BlackBerries lost me. I was an information assurance security officer with the DoD for a decade. I helped provision BlackBerries. I knew that what he was saying wasn't true, or he was being fed bullshit. Now I'm told, and I could be wrong on this, that, correct me if I am, but that Jack Posobiec had something to do with those BlackBerries. And God is my witness, I only recently learned that. If that's the case, are you fucking kidding me? Jack Posobiec had something to do with those BlackBerries? Well, that answered, if I hadn't already come to a very solid fact-based conclusion about George Webb, I did when I learned that, assuming that's true. That I found interesting. But anyway, let's go back to this, all right? Let's get back to this. This is good stuff. Well, it's not good stuff, but it's good stuff. It's terrible, actually, but maybe they'll end up getting funny. It's coming up on, some of these parts are actually pretty good. They're good because it gives me the ability to kind of defend myself. And now with this article saying, hey, the claims that he made can be substantiated.
It's just like, okay, if it's like everything just happened organically and she was surprised by this, it worked out about as perfectly as it could have for her.
It does seem like that's a really good time to release the documentary.
And then the third thing here, the third element that I have is that on Saturday the 15th, Heavy reported on the arrest and confirmed with representatives from the Portage County Jail that Millie and Gavin were in custody and that they were being held on felony charges of robbery, tampering with evidence, obstructing justice, and domestic violence. Based on these 4 charges being what they were arrested for, and the fact that in order for a warrant to be issued, it was approved by a grand jury, I have a strong suspicion that this arrest was about something entirely different from the documentary. It's nothing to do with it, I don't believe.
Yeah.
The domestic violence charge in there is particularly interesting because it makes no sense that this narrative, that it's something about the documentary. We need more information on this to reach an informed decision, but as it stands now, knowing what I know about Millie's character and the fact that she works for fucking InfoWars, she doesn't get the benefit of the doubt that she's an intrepid reporter getting arrested for standing up to the man.
I'm going to go with the big no on that.
Say one thing today just made me think about, for all the things
Sorry. Ears aren't working. Yeah, that's when I hit the button there. I went and filled up my coffee, put the mute on when that was closed. But no, so the reason I was answering Hip's question why I was talking about George Webb, and that's because in the YouTube on the YouTube chat side, somebody was talking about George Webb. Another person had mentioned something about Goodman, and I just made the comment that Goodman was just a lying piece of shit, and actually got a nice little promotion with InfoWars about a week or so after he attacked me, recorded me without my knowledge, and then played it in an interview like the day after Millie and Gavin were and her brother Chuck was arrested. And again, within a couple weeks of that, he got a nice little gig on InfoWars. Hopefully you can hear a little bit better there. But that's why I brought that up, Hip. No, they're planning the conversation, but they're not. You know, even if they aren't planted, I like to point that out. Gives me a chance to address them, right? Gives me a chance to address them.
So basically, my feeling on this is follows. It looks like the arrest itself was real, but I see no reason to conclude that it was related to the documentary. However, it is super, super clear that there is an attempt being made to use the arrest as a promotional tool to hype this documentary.
Totally.
The messaging is very ubiquitous that this arrest was retribution for making this expose documentary, so that leaves me with the question, is this documentary actually dangerous at all? And would anybody arrest someone for making it, knowing that it would only validate everything the filmmaker was saying?
Oh, we're going to talk about the documentary, aren't we?
We know that Alex constantly says that the only reason he's not been arrested yet is because the globalists know that if they did, it would only prove him right. That can't be a standard that only applies to Alex himself, right? I mean, obviously, the police would know that arresting Millie would prove her right.
Which would make Alex talk about it as though he were himself arrested.
Undoubtedly.
Exactly.
I'm sticking with the raccoon theory.
Myself to see what was up, and it was easy enough to find on YouTube. Very easy.
Yeah.
And that actually brings up another serious problem.
Wait, how can she find? How is it on YouTube?
Exactly.
They're banned from YouTube.
Wow. I mean, it was another account, but that your response does highlight another problem. In the past few months in particular, Alex has been embarking on a crusade, insisting that everything that's speaking the truth gets banned from YouTube. All of the doctors who are telling the truth about COVID-19 have their videos removed. People like David Icke, who say that there is no virus, have their videos removed. Alex has invested a lot of his energy into promoting the idea that censorship is so out of control. And in the process, what he's done is he's actually accidentally made the inverse argument. If it's true that there's an out-of-control censorship campaign going on at YouTube against anything that's true, you've inadvertently said that anything that doesn't get removed is apparently not dangerous or not true.
Yeah.
This is a problem because Millie's video is still up on YouTube, as is the channel that posted it, which is run by one of the two main sources that she used to make the film. If the globalists went so far as to arrest Millie for this documentary, doesn't it stand to reason that they would be able to block it from being posted?
No, can't do it.
Isn't it entirely against their interests to attempt to silence Millie by arresting her and then doing literally nothing to silence the actual thing they were trying to stop from being reported?
That does seem a little odd.
It's a bit convoluted, which is the problem with treating negative consequences as an indication of virtue. Sometimes you don't get the negative response you're hoping or expecting to get, and that accidentally kind of looks like an indication of a lack of virtue when you've normalized the pattern of thinking where consequences equals being right. Yeah. So I watched this stupid documentary, and let me say right off the bat that it is very stupid, and no one would arrest anyone for making it. I'm not sure I mentioned this, Jordan, but it's exceedingly stupid.
Yeah, I believe you.
It doesn't prove anything.
I was not worried about that.
There are two talking heads in this film, and neither of them produce any solid evidence of anything. Every single salacious thing that's in the film is just them saying that they know something, then not proving it, then that's accepted as solid truth.
No, that's Tori. That's not me. Just throwing that out there. In fact, Ross proved that. That's why I'm so happy.
Is one of those guys guy with telescope from Carrie Cassidy's?
This guy might have a telescope. He's not the same guy.
He's not the same guy?
I can tell you for sure that he does have a motorcycle for Trump.
No.
I don't have a
this
telescope,
isn't good work.
but I wish I
It
did.
becomes even worse work when you start to ask yourself, who are these people? And whether or not they should be viewed as experts. Now, Jordan, I'm sorry about this, but we're about to go over Millie Weaver's new documentary, Shadowgate.
No.
And we're going to discuss some of the fundamental problems with it.
Okay.
And in the process, we're going to get into a bit of why I don't believe that anyone would arrest anyone for making such an impressively stupid documentary.
All right.
This thing sucks.
It's really bad.
And like I said, without the spiritual energy that comes to me from our wonderful supporters, at about 3 o'clock in the morning last night, I probably would have been like, I hate everything. I would have thrown my cucumbers out the window and just like, no, nothing beautiful can live.
This, okay, maybe Shadowgate is like The Ring, you know, where after a week you're going to jump off your balcony.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Or just
I think
slit
I
your
went
wrist.
through the swamp.
Sure.
Ironically, because there's a lot of swamp talk in this.
Of course there's swamp talk.
I was trying to think of, the only thing I could think of was like from the Phantom Toll booth. I went through the doldrums.
Oh, okay.
Or whatever,
Right.
and I kept moving.
All
And
right.
that's what allowed me to get through it. I had some dark times in the last 48
Yeah, no, they
hours
clearly never
trying
watched
to get
it.
this to be like an episode. Because there's just like, you listen to like 30 seconds of this stuff, and it's like, there's so many things to look into, and none of this is real.
Yeah.
Half an hour into the documentary and looking into things, you get burnt out.
Yeah.
You just be like,
of course.
I know you're lying. I don't care.
Yeah. I was gonna say
That's the doldrums that I had
Right.
to keep my legs moving,
Now we
or
know
else I
I
would have
wasn't.
fallen into the
Right.
pit.
Right. You don't need to prove that she's full of shit. But in order for this to work, you have to
Why
prove
would
she's
you be-
full of shit.
Yeah,
That's very frustrating.
And I'll be honest, I think that there were.
Why would you be trying to prove that Millie is anything other than someone who is documenting the statements and and showing you whatever verification that they've been able to do, the words of these two people, of these particular two whistleblowers. So that's not even remotely accurate. Now, if you want to question me or question Tori, that's fine. Why would you question Millie? She's not contributing anything other than allowing, well, at least me as a whistleblower, with my intentions that I can only speak of mine, a voice. And these guys are supposed to be like liberals, so why wouldn't they want that? Why wouldn't they want that?
At least a couple of points where I punted. Like, not because I couldn't have gotten into the things that were being said, but because like this is an hour and 22-minute documentary.
Get the fuck
And
out.
quite frankly, it could have been just about everything. I could have said, prove it. Or something.
Yeah.
That would get very annoying.
Give me a reason that you think these things.
Yeah, and at a certain point, we have to do a show too.
Right.
So it's like that
They
wouldn't
have to
serve
do a
anyone's
show.
interest.
Clearly,
Try to find the things that,
point
lay
hasn't
out
come
the
yet.
argument that's being made in the film, and then glaring points of things she says wrong.
Oh no.
So here we go. We're going to start off where Millie Weaver and again, I told you, Jordan, I'm sorry. You're going to have a really tough time with this.
Okay.
Please try not to scream about everything because I know it would almost all be justified. Anyway, here's the beginning.
What if I were to tell you that a small group of government contractors were hired by government officials to frame the Trump campaign, set him up for the Russia collusion investigation, provided witnesses for the impeachment hearings, and provided administrative support services to the Department of Justice during the Mueller investigation? And what if it just so happened that this same group of contractors are behind the fake news in mainstream media, influence operations on social media,
Sound is
and
bad.
the civil unrest nationwide pushing the defund the police movement?
Real quick, somebody had mentioned that it wasn't picking me up very good. So I bumped up the gain on the mic. Does it sound better? Somebody says sound is awful. The sound should actually be pretty good. And the sounds great here. What do you? It sounds good? Yeah, sounds great. So it might SD might be something on your end. I don't know, but I think we're okay. But whenever I see that, I want to double check. Maybe it isn't. Thanks, Ed.
The Obamagate scandal only scratches the surface.
So in this introduction, Millie lays out the things that she intends to demonstrate in this film. Either that, or she's actually just curious what you'd say if she told you those things.
I think I would say something along the lines of like, blah. Sure. And then leave.
Hey, I gotta go.
Ooh, have you
What's the
considered
time?
smoke bomb?
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, if you've noticed this beast right here, this is actually my son Bruce's gaming computer. It's got some issues right now, and so when I went over and saw him on Christmas, I spent pretty much the whole time there trying to resolve some driver conflicts. I was not able to do it, so I just took it with me to the office, and I'm working on. So that's my boy, one of my son's computers there. It's not a new, but I'm looking at it going, well, if it had more memory, he might not get it back too quick. But that's what that is.
Exactly. So keep track of these things because they're the rubric by which we are forced to judge this film because it's what she set out. 1. A small group of government contractors were hired by people in the government to frame the Trump campaign.
Okay.
2. The Russian investigation was a setup carried out by these same contractors. 3. These same contractors provided witnesses for the impeachment hearings. 4. These same contractors provided administrative service for the Department of Justice during the Mueller investigation.
Well, they made they were working the phone bank, making calls on Hillary's behalf.
Yeah.
That's kind of administrative.
Sure.
Yeah.
These same 5. These same contractors are creating fake news and mainstream media. And 6. The current civil unrest and the defund the police movement are the product of these social media influence campaigns carried out by these same contractors.
These are the most effective contractors in the history of the United States.
They should get they should get a full-time job.
No, totally.
These
Absolutely.
people you don't want to have on contract. They're apparently the best.
Give them benefits at least.
This is a whole lot for Millie to try and prove in an hour and 20 minutes. And I wish Rainbow Snatch the best with that, though, because I'm from the future. I already know that she doesn't prove jack shit.
Oh, damn it. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Spoilers.
Rainbow Snatch.
I think a lot of the stuff that she said, too, could fall under the normal category of investigation. Like, oh, they hired investigators.
Gavin did some good work
to
there
investigate
with
him, as opposed to set him up.
Or, as we're going to learn
just
here,
real quick,
maybe...
has anybody gone in, and are you guys familiar with Rainbow Snatch? If you are, good night, MP. If you are familiar with Rainbow Snatch, or if you aren't, you should Google it with Millie Weaver. It's some funny stuff there, actually. She goes into, she kind of infiltrates the LGBTQ community a little bit in a strange way.
There are like IT infrastructure companies that have some overlap.
Sure.
Dun dun.
Sure.
So anyway, Millie gets into this here and she's talking Shadowgate, my man.
We're just never going to get rid of Gate. That's just going to happen forever. It's just going to be the thing.
Yep. I wish we could.
It's such a bummer.
That should be a political litmus test.
That should be a political litmus test.
If you ever sincerely call something Gate, you need to take a class or something. A class about getting rid of Gate.
We'll call ourselves the No Gate Party.
Bill
Gates isn't allowed, and also nobody can use Watergate
the No Gates Foundation. And then we'll get some funding from right-wing billionaires.
I like it.
Well,
What? What happened? Testing 1 2. Hold on here. Hold on. Test. Can you hear me? Testing 1 2. Why isn't that? Let me see here. Make sure the audio is working.
I was talking.
Yeah, that's working. So why isn't this 30 minutes, 19 seconds? We're going there. Okay, so I actually, and that's down too far, I actually have a backup audio source here. For some reason or another, that stopped. But where are we at? 30 minutes, 19 seconds. So let me do this. I have it right here. Titled Moronic Shadowgate Review. 30 minutes, 28 seconds. What is that? Hold on. Screen. So I don't know why that stopped, but I'm prepared for it stopping.
These arguments.
Right.
And you can just appeal. Yeah, it was National Security Advisor. His son. That show is.
Should have been right about, well, what is it? 30-something. This should have been really
Shadowgate.
close.
The
I don't know why
tactical
it's
and operational role the shadow government played behind the scenes, carrying out the coup against President Trump. We're going to be looking behind the puppets at who the real puppet master street pullers are. The material presented in this documentary should concern people of all political affiliations. This is about real players, people whose names never come up but should. Career politicians are definitely part of the Beltway swamp, even aspects of the deep state, but they are not the shadow government. The shadow government consists of government contractors, defense, intelligence, security, and so on. Our government mostly consists of front-facing desk jockeys that are compartmentalized in cubicles.
Great Foley work, by the way.
Cover up for the fact that most of the real work is outsourced to contractors, aka the military-industrial complex. That way, what the public sees through FOIA requests, investigations, congressional hearings, or otherwise, is as clean as a whistle. All the dirty work is kept private with contractors in clandestine networks.
This is such a bunch of nonsense.
Why would you put in a FOIA request if it wasn't
Yeah.
shady shit?
Well, look, right off the bat, this is such bullshit. But it's an important way for Millie to start off the film because it essentially provides cover for why she can't prove any of the things she's about to say. It's impossible to prove that any of this ever happens or did happen because it was a secret group of contractors who did
Jennifer,
that to the government.
don't
keep their
take it
hands
as
clean.
a sign.
This is
Let me do
critical
here
for
real
Millie
quick.
because
it's not a sign because actually they're gonna stop and start talking about me here in just a moment, and they're gonna go back into like several years on me, and I really want to talk about this. So that's the purpose of this. That's the purpose of this right here coming up.
Dumb. But it sounds just sensible enough for anyone who's passively watching this documentary to accept. And it'll be enough to quiet that part of their brain that's asking, hey, why is
they are crackling hens.
Should be able to prove this.
I mean, if you... Here's what I would say. If you were a journalist, you would put in a FOIA request anyways.
Oh, I did search the FOIA archive.
Yeah.
Never once has anyone named Millie Weaver or Millicent Weaver, which is her full name. No one by those names have filed a FOIA request. There are no...
That's not true. She got arrested on a Friday. So he's saying what? He submitted checked with FOIA request on what? Friday evening, Saturday, Sunday. He's so full of shit.
No FOIA requests on file where the organization name is InfoWars.
Sure.
So I don't know. Maybe they're not familiar with the system.
I like a preemptive justification for not doing your...
And for anyone that says, well, these guys are just ridiculous, these guys are full of shit, you know. This gentleman right here who wrote this, right, The Curious Case of Patrick Bergy, the gentleman who wrote this actually referenced it in there. That could have been, I don't know. That may have been, very well have been like the first time or his introduction to it. He may have looked into Shadowgate earlier. He may have looked into my claims earlier. If it hadn't have been for these two guys, maybe these two guys had zero impact on him. He did mention them in here, right? And actually says the first knowledge, the first Knowledge Fight podcast about Shadowgate is found here. You can copy and paste the following link in your browser if you would prefer. For the best breakdown of the documentary, we recommend, I wouldn't argue. So if that's the best, holy crap, right? So I don't know. If that's the best, I mean, at anybody, so obviously somebody who may have been able to help me a long time ago may not have because of the stuff that these guys put out. So if someone says, "Wow, this is kind of ridiculous," or "These guys suck," or "Who would listen to this," or "This is no bearing," no, I would argue against that, and I'm showing evidence to support that. That's why it's actually really good to understand what you're fighting, right? And I'm not suggesting that these guys are paid assets or knowing. As I said, there are knowing and unknowing assets. It does kind of seem to me like they have an agenda, but they could just be, kind of like the rest of these sociopaths that just kind of get off on profiting off of other people's difficulties and such. Talk IIA to me. Nice. Oh. Interactive internet activities.
Job. I couldn't, even if I wanted to. So why would I?
Right. If you aren't a gullible idiot and you even take 2 minutes to look into how Freedom of Information Act works, you'll learn that contractors are subject to FOIA requests, just like regular government employees. A contractor sounds like a vague, scary thing.
See,
but
this
in
is
reality,
cool, right?
All it is.
Did y'all hear what he just said? He just said the contractors are subject to FOIA requests just like all other government employees. That's true. That's true. Except for the government contractors. Like when we're working as a sub with MPRI, for example, well, we're using Dynology email is conversing back and forth between MPRI or Agility email. They're using RSA tokens. They're not on this isn't on a government network. This isn't on enterprise Microsoft Enterprise Share email. No, and that's the only way. FOIA can't reach out to, and like have any type of subpoena power on a private company. They can't. They don't. So that's completely inaccurate. Now, if I were to have an email conversation with a GS employee, or we had been CC'd or got connected through there, yes, then if somebody did a FOIA request, it would be picked up. Whatever that part of that side of the conversation only would be picked up. That side of the conversation only would be picked up by a FOIA request. So there you go. Excuse me. That is good information, right? That's good to know because what he said there, people actually, I think, believe that stuff.
Is a company or individual who does work for a government entity on a contract basis. If you're a construction company and the government needs a building erected, you can bid for a contract, and if you're selected, congratulations, you're now a government contractor.
Did they bid to frame Trump?
Yep.
Did they hit the lowest bid?
Actually, yeah.
Well, I mean, I think it was a single bid situation.
Okay.
But
What do you think the Willard was?
FOIA requests can be made about recipients of government contracts as well as government grants, but there are some exceptions to the information that can be released. These are exceptions that include and involve protecting individual privacy, information that would be illegal to release, and very often trade secrets, because these are companies that are doing contracted work. You know, there's those business things.
Yeah.
Also, there's an entire exemption related to government withholding any information about, quote, geographical information on wells, which I think is probably good.
Yeah.
If you go to FOIAonline.gov, you'll be able to find all sorts of information about various government contractors, often
Their stupidity
even digital
is
copies
sometimes
of
just
contracts
funny
and
by
agreements.
accident.
Sorting through all that stuff is really time-intensive and hard, though, so it's easier for Millie to just make up that contractors aren't covered by FOIA rules and use that as a bullshit excuse for why she can't substantiate any of the nonsense she's going to say.
Oh, that's frustrating.
Also, you might...
Although they do both end up acknowledging that they found me to be funny.
might notice that Millie is phrasing things in ways that don't actually mean anything.
Yeah.
How does she expect to quantify that most of the work in government is done by contractors?
It's about 60%.
That's something that's explicitly unfalsifiable because it's something that can't be measured.
No.
Expect more of that. expect a ton of stuff that's just like,
Yeah,
whatever.
I mean, when you get caught with numbers, then you get into trouble.
True.
I guess. So just give a vague, like most, some.
Also, there's a couple of points in like the course of this documentary that I smelled real distrust in her own experts. Like, you could tell there's almost like I don't know if I want to double down on what you're saying, even though I'm going to put you in my documentary. It's very weird. I don't.
One thing with Tory.
Anyway, there's a couple of whistleblowers,
doing
two
that
experts,
now,
that are the backbone of this whole thing.
Okay.
Man, oh man, both of them, real weirdos.
Dynamite.
Real weirdos.
Dynamite.
Two whistleblowers, Tory and Patrick Bergy, who both worked extensively within the shadow government as contractors, have come forward with revelations that may be part of the biggest whistleblowing event to date.
It's not. You might think that what she's saying is Tory and Patrick Bergy, like they're a married couple.
Yeah, that's what it sounds
Yeah,
like.
They're not.
yeah.
Patrick Bergy
Okay.
is one guy.
Okay.
Tory is
what the
another
fuck
person.
up with
Alias,
that?
but-
Gonna have to agree with him on that. That was kind of jacked up. It's like Tory and Patrick Bergy. It's like no. There's only so much, lying that I could handle. That's a line you don't cross there. Thank you very much.
It's very easy.
Although
to find
some
out who
people are
she
doing
is.
it just
I don't know why they're using some sort of a weird single. She has a fucking radio show online. She has she has an interview show where she interviewed Roger Stone.
Right.
It's not like she's some kind of a unknown entity.
She's not in no light with a vocal modifier.
No, she's on
Okay.
camera in in this documentary. It's very dumb.
All right.
Anyway, I had I waited a while. I didn't want to get into both of them immediately.
Right,
So Patrick is the first to start
Yay!
discussing his situation,
His credentials as well.
Sure.
Yeah.
So we're gonna get into him first, and then we'll meet Tory a little bit later. So here's
Sure.
Patrick
I
talking
didn't get to
about,
that part yet.
His involvement in ShadowNet and how he implies in this clip that the whole coronavirus and COVID-19 it's all an internet simulated activity.
Sure.
You understand enough about someone, and you can hack their shadow, right? You can use their fears. You can use their anxieties. Sound anything like pandemics that you recognize here?
Oh yeah, definitely.
So you can use those things to help reflexively control or influence a target, an individual, or whoever it is, right? Or a group of people, or an entire election, an entire country.
So this is the main talking head of the documentary, you might say. I mean, it's debatable. It's kind of like a...
How is it debatable? I'm the pioneer of the shadow net. This is called shadowgate. How is it debatable that it's not like the key part of the... I think that was Tory's purpose in the whole thing. And I asked Gavin before he even... as he was doing it, I'm like, why are you, it just never made any sense. I think maybe they felt guilt or something because Tory had mentioned, had brought it to him or something. I have, to this day, and I can't stand behind anything they ever did or didn't verify. I didn't see anything really that they used to verify who she was or what she was saying in the documentary, right? I do know that they put the stuff that I provided them, and which was extensive. Passports, letters of authority, LOAs, right? Memorandums of understanding, tax forms, everything, videos, Facebook accounts, going back to there where you can see me doing these things, right? So my credibility is absolutely verifiable. Dr. Harvard, Miss Harvard educated Dr. Tory is not verified to my knowledge with this. I don't know. Again, I I can't disagree with them there.
Headliner situation. Is a fellow by the name of Patrick Bergy. He's randomly and baselessly suggesting that COVID-19 is a mass psyop that I guess is being run all over the world and
not
also
really
killing a lot of people.
If that's all they got out
this
of it,
implication that he's making because he doesn't have to. Millie just allows him to say the pandemic isn't real with no follow-up or pushback at all because she is great.
I'm a big fan
Well,
of
I didn't say that.
interviews where it's just like, does that sound familiar? Moving on.
Hey, pandemic's fake. Is this your card?
Is this it?
For years now, Bergy's been getting out there and trying to tell people about how in his time as a military or government contractor, he worked with the Department of Defense to create a form of social media psychological warfare called IIA, or Interactive Internet Activities.
Yes.
This was apparently in 2008, and for some context, Facebook didn't introduce the like button until February 2009. So that was when social media was at that stage.
Right.
In 2017, Bergy released a memoir, quote, Victim of the Swamp, How the Deep State Destroyed the 40-Year-Old Private.
He's a victim. He's a victim. I got it.
The title is a reference to how Bergy had enlisted in the armed service at age 39 back in 2005.
Good for him, I guess. Yeah, why not?
An article in the Tampa Bay Times covers his story, but it's not so much a human interest, isn't this interesting type of story.
They struggle through they want to hate me because they hate InfoWars and everything InfoWars. But they're trying to, I think as this goes along and they're learning more about me, they kind of struggle. They're starting to kind of like me. Although they still want to hit me with a water balloon full of piss. You know, join that club.
You might think. The headline is, quote, bound for boot camp, he's booted from his job.
Yes. Well, that's not funny.
No, that's a headline right there.
Apparently, Bergy had been employed.
Okay, so bound for boot camp, he's booted from his job. Really? So you enlist in the Army and your employer fires you, and this is like immediately funny to you. Okay, well, let's hear more about this.
As a computer network administrator for the Florida Heart and Vascular Associates Cardiology Clinic.
Yeah, and what they're doing is they're reading that from a St. Pete Times article it was titled "Bound for Boot Camp, He's Booted from His Job." Keep in mind, it was a lawsuit that I filed. It was in violation of the Soldiers and Sailors Act. I won that lawsuit. And it sucked coming back from basic training without having a job, right? And what these guys are saying is completely wrong, completely false. You know, they're just like, oh, well, I'm sure it's just completely false. Flat out, provably.
Bergy claims that he was fired for, quote, putting country before company, but the story doesn't seem so cut and dry. His boss, Dr. Klein, himself an Air Force veteran, quote, said Bergy stopped showing up for work shortly after he told Klein on October 3rd of his plan to join the military. He declined to comment further on Bergy's employment status or work history.
Fair.
As part of the 1994 Uniformed Services Employment and Reemployment Rights Act, you cannot discriminate against an employee for enlisting. And you're required to rehire returning enlisted persons after their active duty is over, so that would have been a problem. However, according to this Times article, quote, in an October 18th letter Klein sent to Bergy, the doctor lauded him for his desire to serve his country, and said he intended to comply with federal labor laws. But Klein also said that Bergy had been, quote, repeatedly insubordinate, that he had rung up a $340 charge in unauthorized charges on the company's phone, and was unresponsive to reports of computer problems at the clinic.
Oh, do you mean his job?
That's what it sounds like.
So I actually, in Victim of the Swamp, available on Amazon, and I have several hundred, like 150 left in stock on freedomstream.tv, signed and unsigned. I did this is page 31. It's called Bound for Boot Camp. He's booted from his job. And I actually go into everything that happened. It was complete bullshit, right? From the day I decided that I was going to serve my country, and I did. I had a good job. I had a wife, a mortgage, 2 kids, and like I said, if you heard my interview with my neighbor, Fred, my former neighbor, Fred Taylor, 3-time Purple Heart recipient, you know, I decided I was going to enlist in the Army. I spoke to my wife, my then wife, and asked her if she would support me. And if she wouldn't support me, I said, you know, don't worry, I wouldn't do it. I'd only do this if you were going to support me on this. And she did. We were in 2 wars, and enlistment was down to 20% of where it was supposed to be. I saw a commercial on TV that said they were going around minority schools and basically just, you know, getting, you know, the most desperate of us to enlist or to go in. Most of them were because, like, here, go to jail or go to war, right? So I'm like, you know, I hadn't ever served. I went down to see if I was, to see if they would still take me. And the first time I went down, they were like, no, you're too old. But then I got an email from them like a couple months later that said, hey, they just raised the age limit from 35 to 39. If you want to come in, you're going to have to go right now. And I was actually through MEPS and at basic training within, I think, maybe 10 days. Said goodbye to the wife, to my 2 kids, my 2 daughters. In fact, I arrived at basic training, one of the hardest days in my life. I can't hardly even talk about this. I arrived at basic training on my my second day, my first full day, at basic training. My daughter Mia turned 5, and my daughter Sarah turned 3 the following, like, 2 days later. So these were my kids. I love them. I was with them, like, oh man, I got like the gazillion pictures of Mia. And it was the hardest thing, right? And here I am going through freaking basic training at 39 years old. Life could not have been any harder. And then that next day, and you're not supposed to use phones. You're not supposed to be allowed to use phones or, you know, candy machines or nothing. But my drill sergeant, knowing that I was kind of like a special case, literally the first 40-year-old to ever complete basic training in the history of Fort Benning at the very least, he took me down to where the phones were on the morning of my daughter Mia's birthday and let me call my kids, my daughters, and wish both of them a happy birthday. That may have been the one thing that got me through the next 9 weeks of hell, of wringing blood out of my socks, of consuming copious amounts of 800 and 1,000 milligram ibuprofen. You have no idea, right? Right? So so when these guys are trashing on all of this, they're leaving out a lot. Think about that when you're listening to this. And then I guess one of the points I'm trying to make is do others ever come off sounding like that? I know I do sometimes. That's going to be one of my things, not only that I'm trying to help as a message spreading through the awakening, the American Sawa, but just, you know, personally for myself, for my like New Year's resolution to try to do that, to try to be better, a better example, not jumping to conclusions or assuming that people are one way or another until I get strong confirmation and evidence on it. I think it's a good idea.
Okay.
It kind of seems like there was some documentation here that maybe his boss, an Air Force veteran, wasn't retaliating against Bergy for enlisting as much as he was dealing with a shitty employee who coincidentally was also deciding to enlist.
Air Force and Army have had a rivalry forever. This dude is sabotaging
Could
Army
be.
because he's worried that
About the
this
football game.
39-year-old private
Yeah.
is going to become the star quarterback.
He's got a
I
cannon
assume.
for an arm.
Yeah, absolutely.
So this was a strange decision on Bergy's part. This was 2005, which was not the beginning of the Iraq War. You can kind of understand people getting swept up in the post-9/11 militaristic patriotism that was everywhere, and maybe enlisting at that point, like at the beginning of 2002.
I guess.
Even in 2003, when the Iraq invasion was beginning, the thought process of feeling like you had a duty to country, to do your...
Remember, right? What they're talking about is 2005. Verifiable news articles. Are you going to sit here and judge me today as being some sort of like troll or some sort of playing some sort of a game that I started maybe during the little meme wars that they had, let's say back in 16 or something? It doesn't work. I've legitimately proven myself. You're going to see them in a minute. They're going to go into when I ran for office. Tory was nowhere around. This was my nature. I'm a patriot. Not the best one, not the worst one.
Part kind of makes some sense. I disagree with it, but you can understand where someone's coming from.
Well, and the massive propaganda campaign around
Absolutely.
it, you know.
Yeah. This was 2005.
Yeah, how's he doing?
Late 2005, no less. Saddam Hussein was captured on December 13th, 2003, and the public support for the war had decreased quite a bit by late 2005. So the idea that someone felt so compelled to enlist as a 39-year-old civilian with a stable job, a wife...
So real quick, someone said, modern archive. I wish Bergy could realize his emotionality can be aversive. Not here to troll. I want him to win. Since 1960, I've been told, don't bottle your emotions. Commie plot. Try saying words. No anger whine. You know, 2021 Bergy would basically tell that person who has not walked 2 inches in my shoes to screw themselves, right? 2022 Bergy is going to ask that person before judging me to listen to what I've been saying in this. Look at what I've been through for the last year and a half. You may be joining in on something here that you have no idea what you're talking about, right? Now, whiny? What? I'm talking about my enlistment in the Army. You got a problem with that? Right? I am taking something that's just one of many examples of where people have literally taken hours out of their day to talk nothing but shit about me, Modern Archive. Nothing but shit about me. So if I'm right now sitting here, Bergy 2022, calmly, rationally, making an argument against it, whether or not perhaps my smoking vocal cord issues may pitch to an area you don't like, I don't know. But if that's all if that's all you're getting out of what I'm saying, that's too bad, right? And if all your focus is going to be on me, why, right? Instead of worrying about the pitch of my voice or, oh, Bergy's this or that, hey, Modern Archive, go to clearforce.com and look up in the About section and then replay from the 2 hours ago when I started the show. And tell me if you still have that same feeling, right? You like 2022 Bergy? He's much nicer. He's been working on his chi. But hey, going to play, I'm going to put this on. I'm going to let this go for a moment, though. Here we go. Bear with me one moment. There.
And 2 young daughters just doesn't make sense to me based on an appeal to patriotism. It's pretty difficult to rationalize what objective for the country is being served by the continuation of that war. But I guess if that's the sort of person that he wants to present himself as,
country over ever.
Again, like I said, 2005, our country's in 2 different wars. My neighbor is a 3-time Purple Heart recipient. I've wanted to serve but never did. I had 10 years. I didn't have big degrees or anything. I had certifications and I had experience. I was a network administrator for Florida Heart and Vascular for 4 years, and during that time, I was helping to do the migration between from paper charting to electronic medical records. And in fact, the reason that Dr. Klein was so pissed off that I was leaving is because we were just finishing up the migration from GE's centricity, of which I was on the beta program for University Community Hospital for the chief of surgery, Dr. Kevin Klein, right? So this guy is like some loser talking about me like some loser. No, I actually had some experience that I thought I could offer. They're going to go into in a moment how I ran for office just before then. Fred and I talked about that a bit the other day. He was there. But no, so listen to these guys. Listen to these guys. This is what, put yourself in my shoes, you know, and all you trolls in there, you have no idea. You have no idea what what's going on. All right? If you can't see that a guy who was invited to do a whistleblower, a verifiable DOD whistleblower that's invited to do a documentary called Shadowgate, and then all the crap that happened from that point, including Patrick Bergy, General Flynn, several months up in D.C., all of that stuff. If you can't look at this and say, wow, maybe we should be listening to this guy, or this gentleman says, maybe that is a story of the story I thought I would never expect to write, a story about a viral conspiracy theory that, at least within the context of the subject covered here, turned out to be true. Hopefully those researchers who have been ignoring and ridiculing Patrick Bergy give it a read. They owe him an apology. So Modern Archive, not to be rude or anything, are you sure that you're going to, is that still your position? Or maybe I'm owed an apology by some of these people. And if they owe me an apology, they owe you an apology. I'm a damn whistleblower trying to expose an organization like Clear Force, verifiably ran by Michael Hayden, Obama's CIA director, and General Jones, his national security advisor. I can verifiably show that I proved that I worked and answered directly for his son Jim Jones for 8 years. I can verifiably prove that the claims that I made here, he's proven the claims I've made here. So if that's not an issue for you, then wow. Because I see people chasing around. I see people who don't believe me, but believe in fucking Pleiadians. Really? When that happens, I'm like, what? How do I? I'm not gonna win that one, right? And I'm not discounting Pleiadians. They'll completely discount me, and I'll not be like, oh, I'm still, I'm not gonna rule them out. I'm gonna rule Tory being one. Rule out Tory being one. So get this going.
Thing. And also, I really didn't like my wife and kids. So that's, country first, hating my wife and kids second.
Didn't like that cardiology clinic that much.
Hating
so I
my
wanted
wife.
to understand this stuff as best as I could. So I watched another.
Does country first, hating my wife and kids second? I just told you, literally, my daughters turned like 5 and 3 within a couple days of me going into basic training. 2022. Let's try to not be them as much as we can possibly avoid being that.
Interview that Bergy did on a show called Crowdsource the Truth. Some of the other folks who were treated like serious people on that show include Laura Loomer, Larry Nichols, and another of Alex's favorite fake whistleblowers, Dennis Montgomery.
Ooh.
That show is very bad and very boring.
They've associated
I listened to the
me
interview with Bergy, though, and he did actually say that 9/11 inspired his enlistment, which is wild, considering the time in between.
Partly.
The host of that show, Jason Goodman, tries to play up
piece of
Bergy's
shit.
enlistment, and he says this, which actually made me laugh quite a bit.
So it's an interesting circumstance, Patrick, because obviously at 40, you've got a lot more life experience. You've got a much more mature brain and thought process. And as you're saying, your physical training, your physical capabilities at 40 might not match that of an 18 or a 20-year-old getting enlisted, but you've got much more sophisticated thought process and experience, which is valuable to the Army. But at the same time, when someone gets in there at the age of 18, there's a psychological indoctrination that goes on in the military that's necessary to cause someone to take orders and have that be their sort of mental instinct rather than thinking for themselves, is this right? Is this something that should be done? Would you say that's fair to say?
Yes.
Well, my ex-wives would probably disagree with you on some of that, but yeah. That's a good
I hear you on that for sure.
Ah, yes, such a free thinker.
I thought that was funny.
Such a mature mind that would decide to join the military at the age of 40 when they had a job and multiple children to care for, and the country was engaged in an illegal war that no one really had any excuse to think wasn't based on lies by 2005.
Yeah.
What a pillar of rationality and good judgment.
I want to bring back water balloons that you fill with urine for this guy.
I don't know if those ever went away. I think we just grew up. I think kids might still terrorize each other with those. So also that joke there at the end hit my ears weird. Bergy's saying that some of his ex-wives wouldn't say that he has a sophisticated thought process, and what a great joke that is. See, it's funny because his ex-wives seem right.
Yeah.
And you also heard that right. Ex-wives.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking.
Generally, I have very little interest in the people we talk about's private life, but I can't not tell you this.
Okay.
On the Amazon page for his book, in the About the Author section,
Get the fuck out.
this is how his bio ends. Quote, he was divorced in 2010 following several years of deployments overseas and his personal struggle with combat-related PTSD. He acknowledges things in his life got a little crazy after the divorce from his first wife, was married briefly to his Russian wife, Zana, shortly after that, and remained separated from his third wife from Thailand, Kwanchanok. Now going on 2 years.
Okay.
He now has a dog! Exclamation.
I now have a dog.
All right, that's a better joke than the whole how about my ex-wives thing.
This will ultimately end up raising a few questions for me about Bergy's timeline, and also makes me really sad. I do wonder how things, quote, got a little crazy, though, and how that squares with his alleged simultaneous employment in Top Secret Project.
He's not wrong to ask that question, But because I was an information assurance security officer with the Department of Defense for over a decade, every single thing that I did, even if it was stupid, I submitted a memorandum to my security officer. So when I met after I was divorced, which is actually quite common for people who have spent a couple years deployed overseas in combat zones away from their families. Divorce, that sucked really bad. I was married a little over 10 years. I got married around 2000 and 1999, and divorced on was it 11/1 or 11/2 of 2010. I was in South Korea at the time. I had gotten there in April. I didn't even go home. I think maybe I should have. Maybe I should have. It was one of the things my mom bitched about me about. But instead of going from Afghanistan, which was a hell of a flight, to back to the States and doing, hugging and kissing the kids, I went straight from Afghanistan to South Korea. And I just signed like a 3-year contract over there. Wife and kids were going to come over. And things fell apart. Because they do. Because they sometimes do for people, like I said, who deployed a long time. And did I make some bad decisions after that? Oh, fuck yeah. No, things were perfect after a divorce of my wife and 4 kids, and I'm 7,000 miles away in the middle when the economy's falling apart, and I can't just quit my job. Otherwise, my kids would be out in the street. And I'm trying to deal and cope with all of this stuff. It was tough. What the hell are you thinking of? But actually, I'm not the first one, last one. And I always made sure to dot all my I's and cross all my T's when it came to my clearance.
Well, but who knows?
It's up in the air.
Interestingly, just before deciding to enlist, Patrick Bergy had tried to enter the world of politics. In the 2004 election, he ran for the office of Pasco County Supervisor of Elections in Florida.
Listen to this.
An article about his campaign from the Tampa Bay Times comes off very strange. Bergy seemed mad that his opponent, the sitting election supervisor Kurt Browning, was getting free press by doing his job and appearing at public meetings about the upcoming elections that air on C-SPAN.
Sure.
Bergy saw Browning's appearances to discuss elections as a form of campaigning and was trying to demand equal time on those platforms for his campaign.
That's a swing. I like it.
It's a weird angle, but it seems also downright quixotic when you consider that from the jump he was running a doomed campaign.
Yes.
From this Times article, quote, one of Bergy's first acts upon getting into the race was the political equivalent of shooting oneself in the foot.
Yes!
He decided to run without any party affiliation. Bergy didn't want anyone even considering that the would-be election supervisor might favor one party over the other. He wanted to seize the moral high ground because he intended to slam Browning for his very public switch to the Republican Party in 2002. In the eyes of many political observers, Bergy's decision was both commendable and politically suicidal. He effectively shut the door on any hope for organized support.
Yes. 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 Actions speak louder than words. What those guys are saying right there as some type of derogatory statement, I wear with pride. Stood out in front of Publix with my 2 daughters, collected 2,312 petitions to get my name on the ballot, running with no political affiliation. Listen to what they say. I'm proud of that. I turned down running as a Democrat or Republican because I didn't believe the person that counted the votes should have a political affiliation. Actions speak louder than words. You want to troll me? You think I'm a bad person? You think I'm some... No. And that's public documented information. I'm proud of that. I'm proud that I knew I wasn't going to win, but I still, listen to this. I did pretty damn good.
Though he obviously had, a political identity, and now is almost universally pictured wearing bikers for Trump vests, Bergy went out of his way to self-defeating extremes in order to appear hyper-neutral, because he felt that was a potent propaganda tool that he could use against his opponent.
I assume he spent a lot of time and money building up a grassroots organization because he can't rely on the party machine.
No.
So in order to win, he would need a really good campaign manager.
From the article I read, his campaign, all the money for it came from loans from himself and a check from family members.
Okay.
Could have contributed to my divorce a few years later. Not sure. But actually, no, probably not. That was actually like 5 years later. I used the tax return that my wife had otherwise designated to remodeling her bathroom. That went over not well at all.
How much?
$3,000.
Ooh, that's not enough to win.
Nope. Bergy's campaign did not catch on and was almost entirely based around trying to erode trust in things like the voting machines that the county used and the incumbent supervisor, Kurt Browning.
Trying to erode trust in things. My position was against the touchscreen voting machines because they didn't give you a paper ballot. They were ridiculously expensive, a waste of money, and nobody trusted them, right? 6 months after I lose, Kurt Browning goes into office. Kurt Browning gets tapped as Secretary of State for Florida. Secretary of State. Then as Secretary of State, under Governor Charlie Crist, then Republican Governor Charlie Crist, Kurt Browning bans the very touchscreen voting machines that he ran on against me because I was supporting the optical scanning systems. He banned them across the state. The state lost tens of millions of dollars. I was completely right. I was completely vindicated. Always see these guys. There's so much more to the story. It's actually a really cool story that these just either intentionally bad, knowing, unwitting, witting assets, they just, or just don't care. Maybe they're just sociopaths that get off on demeaning other people because they just have pathetic lives themselves. I mean, I don't know.
From this article, which is overly fair to Bergy, it does not appear that he has any good reason to suggest that he would be a good person for the job of election supervisor. The campaign seems entirely about vague, undefined distrust in the opposition.
Jordan.
The election was held on November 2nd, 2004, and Bergy ended up with 17.25% of the vote, which is honestly a really good.
That's really good.
Look,
yeah.
Listen.
That's surprisingly good.
Yeah,
right?
Particularly for someone we talk.
So is upset. They're like, oh, this guy's, he doesn't have a. No, I didn't have a campaign manager or anything. I ran against a 26-year incumbent election supervisor. I ended up and I ran with no political affiliation. And I ended up with almost 18% of the vote. That is unheard of. The next closest NPA in Florida, I think that year or since. No, the next closest that year was like around the 3%, if that, maybe 0.3%. These guys were trying to trash me, and then they're like, what? He got almost 18%.
About on this show.
Yeah, that's great.
Usually the folks we cover who run for office don't even make it to voting.
0.03% is a good, that's you.
Unfortunately, this wasn't the end of the election for Bergy. On June 9th, 2005, the Florida Elections Commission filed a default final order requiring Bergy to pay an assessed fine from his campaign that he had neglected to pay. According to findings of fact in the order, quote, the respondent's campaign treasurer's report was not filed with the filing officer on the designated due date.
See, now keep in mind, what he's talking about here is I pissed off Browning really bad because he kept using a government computer to go and visit my website. And of course, being a cybersecurity guy, I could see that the supervisor of elections office, I could see right from the freaking station he was coming from. And so, so I filed a report. I told a reporter, and a reporter investigated it, saw that it was true, reported it, and it triggered an investigation on the election supervisor for doing that, because that's a no-no. You can't use government computers. And he was super pissed, right? I mean, and this guy's like got a lot of freaking power. 26-year incumbent election supervisor. And here's my dumbass saying in the St. Pete Times that he Googled me more than Paris Hilton gets Googled. He was pissed. And so he made this bullshit up. Like for a couple $100 for some, again, I funded the whole fucking thing. Are you kidding me? Howard Dean's campaign, Dean Democracy for America, they wanted to send me a check for like a couple $1,000s. I was like, thank you. No disrespect, but no thank you. The person counting the vote can't do that. I sent the fucking check back. That's verifiable. Who would do something like that? Right? So you guys people give me shit. They have no idea who I really am. Show me any type of provable character like that with Tori. The only thing that you can show me with Tori is that shit that she did, making up those lies about me wanting to harm Lynn Wood because she was afraid I was going to expose Lynn Wood with what her and her little sociopath friends were setting him up with. Where's the character in that? What do you want, right? I'm like, this is why I was so looking forward to doing this, because these guys are talking shit about me, but then they're like, oh, shit, he got like 18% of the vote. And then they're like, oh, he ran. Yes. Everything they're giving me shit about, I wear with a badge of honor.
On April 18th, 2005, he was sent a notice that he needed to pay $202.50 or appeal the decision within 20 days. And he did neither. The commission gave him 30 days to pay his fine.
The commission was fucking Browning.
Military, but who knows?
The guy that I ran against.
I think it would be very funny if you joined the military to avoid a $200 fine. Screw you.
Now, this is what was sick. My wife and kids are back home. I'm a couple weeks into basic training. And Kurt Browning has now been tapped as Secretary of State for Florida. No longer. He won our election supervisor race, predictably. And now he was Secretary of State. And what was he doing with his position of Secretary of State? He was forcing my wife, who was taking care of my kids by herself while I was at basic training, he was forcing her to go down to Tallahassee to sit for some bullshit administrative $250 administrative thing that we didn't know anything about. These guys are joking about that, right?
You suckers!
I mean, he does clearly expend a lot of effort.
But to me, and to anybody who knows that story, they're like, are you fucking kidding me? I got a note when I needed to focus on, they were literally, I was in basic training, and Kurt Browning was going to have me, if I didn't show up for that administrative hearing for that $200 fine, I was going to have a warrant issued for me in the state of Florida, I was in basic training. So I had to get my commander to write me a note stating, listen, Bergy's in the freaking Army right now. You do not get him until I'm done with him. Fuck off. Yeah. So that's what these pieces of garbage do. They'll wear a flag pin and shit. They don't care. They're just bitter.
For to not pay this fine.
Yeah. Pissed off about the Paris
by
Hilton
December
comment.
1st, 2006, I can find evidence that he had not paid this fine. Apparently, by this point, he and the commission had discussed the matter and agreed to a settlement where Bergy agreed to pay a fine of $125 and pay his own attorney fees. You kind of get the sense from reading this that the commission had a position of like, okay, fine, whatever.
I don't know if they want to expend that much time and effort on $200.
Right.
I'm just saying.
He might.
That was all in.
It seems like the attorney's fees would be more than $200.
He might have been pro bono. Or he might have been pro se.
Okay.
Anytime I enter one of these investigations, I try my best to keep an open mind, particularly about the people and subjects I don't know much about going in. So my tone might be a little bit much now, but as I started this, I was trying to be incredibly fair. But this right here is the point where I started to get the sense that Bergy was an asshole.
He's an asshole.
This is about where I was like, and granted, I will say it's still pretty early in the documentary, but I came in with the open mind.
Sure.
So he wrote this book, which is all about how the deep state destroyed this noble 40-year-old private.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to read this book, mostly because it's not available in PDF form, and there's no way I'm ordering a paperback. I'm sure it's a gripping tale about how the deep state forced him to pay a fine for not filling his treasurer's report out, but I'm going to pass. The hinge of what Patrick Bergy alleges is going on in the world is the term interactive internet activities. This is a term that can definitely go a number of directions, depending on how you interpret it. According to Bergy and his documentary, the way you're supposed to understand these words is that there are activities in the world which are prompted by things that the DoD interacts with on the internet.
So like it's just like a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That is to say, through meddling with the internet and social media, the government is able to prompt civilians into engaging in the activities they desire them to engage in. So there's elaborate, hyper-specific data mining that they do, and then everything that happens in the world is due to their influence campaigns. Well,
obviously, I wasn't saying that everything that happens in the world, but everything that he's saying there that I claimed, by the way, has been verified now by several sources. That being true, I'm pretty sure these dumbasses do not want this stuff happening. And again, all they had to do was go to like clearforce.com. It's like, but no, they don't want to do that. They want to just, destroy people. It's like the American Council for Truth and Armenian Council for Truth and Journalism. They pretend to just be mock. They are just a bunch of sociopaths, though. Many of them profit. Many of them actually do contract work to destroy people using social media online. That's why many of them attacked me. They're all connected. They're connected through a network. Tori's part of that network. Jason Funes, Jonathan Lee Riches, Sean. A lot of people are connected to this network of sociopaths. I mean, it really is. But actually, the thing that sucks is these people are like influential figures within like the MAGA movement, not Trump's orbit, but like the MAGA movement. And I'm like, that doesn't represent MAGA. No, not at all.
Interacting with internet activity.
Well, I mean, we have Cambridge Analytica, so we know that is true.
We'll get to them later.
Yeah.
The term interactive internet activities is one that is used in Department of Defense documents. One of them, a memorandum for secretaries of military departments from June 8th, 2007, is presented by Bergy on his website as a way of solidifying his claims.
my IIA contract began in October of 2007. That IIA contract was written in June of 2007. If I'm not mistaken, my program manager is the one who actually, if not wrote the entire thing, was one of the biggest contributors to it. In fact, he'd written the TRWI contract, Trans-Regional Web Initiative, which was in Shadowgate. These guys are really stupid. And again, I don't know if it's just they're stupid, or they're malevolently stupid.
I traced down this memo, and it's interesting to see the context it's used here. Quote, this policy defines interactive internet activities as the use of a system accessible via the internet which allows for two-way communications, e.g. email, blogs, chat rooms, and internet bulletin boards in a timely, if not real-time basis, as opposed to a system in which information flows only one way. In essence, the term interactive internet activities, where activities are activities which have a potential for interaction online, as opposed to things like interviews on a cable news show where there's one-way communication.
Right. So they're just describing communication between two people. They're describing a conversation.
Right. Being taken or
online.
Being done by people from the Department of Defense. Yes.
Gotcha.
That's one of the large things that this seems to be about, like the rise of how people are communicating differently online, you know, and how many new media organizations are not, quote, established news organizations. This memo recognizes that, quote, some individuals and websites not affiliated with established news organizations have become recognized news sources for large audiences, giving them stature equivalent to an established news organization. Only public affairs organizations may engage with such designated individuals and websites. I don't see anything too
Pasobic is PAO.
strange about that so far.
No, that
is it. He doesn't see anything strange about it. But
it's that. Hey, we've got our own PR people to respond to emails in real time.
Mm-hmm.
Done.
The other thing that this seems to be about is recruitment. Quote, military departments' interactive internet activities will be for the purpose of addressing manpower issues within or organizing training and equipping their departments. This makes sense that they would lay out policies for best practices about using the new form of mass communication in terms of enlistment. None of this.
Yeah, you go online, you play some video games on Twitch, and people call you a war criminal. You know, good internet
We've seen
interactive
where
activities.
It goes.
Yeah, this is how. This
None
is
of that was imaginable back in 2008, 2007. So there's one section here that.
Actually, what we're referring to is, for example, just for an example, one person being 25 different people, 25 different very real personas. You could have one guy being 5 different people in the same chat room, engaging in a conversation, sharing information that pushes a narrative you or your organization needs to have, your client wants pushed. And that information could be completely just as fake and false as the 5 different personas that you are. Having a conversation, hell, you could be having an argument with yourself. It's like, you know, 2 sock puppets having an argument with themselves. Now, let's say that argument is taking place between, let's say that argument is taking place between you and a group of potential terrorists in a chat room. Okay, these guys seem to think that that's okay. That's not a big deal. But what do you do when that chat room is hosted in a server, on a server that's in the United States? These guys are liberals. Are you going to be, at least to the best that I can impression, are you suggesting that they're okay with that? That they're somehow okay? Because it's actually a lot more complicated than they're making it out to be, even from a DoD perspective. Now they're going to go further down into that memorandum, and what they're going to do is, in that memorandum, is they're going to unlock a couple other questions, like, but they leave out the fact that, okay, well, I think maybe they go into it, that, oh, well, you know, Now, the DOD cannot engage with these journalists, with these private organizations, unless they get an 06 or above to sign off on it. They don't seem to notice that part very much. But it's actually something you should notice, right? And when you do engage with these people online, those are there for largely forever. What are the odds? What happens if an American reads that was put out without attribution by someone working for the Department of Defense? And it was read by an American, and it influenced an American. That's illegal, right? So these people don't seem to think that's a problem. That was actually kind of a big problem. That was a problem we were trying to figure out while he was back here, suckling his mother's teat or something.
That was really strange. I don't know what it would be. It's about intellectual property. Quote, messages and materials protected by law, such as graphics, video, and illustrations used in any interactive internet activity will comply with relevant intellectual property laws, policies, and guidance. So based on what Patrick is saying and will go on to say, I'm supposed to believe that this IIA program involves an insidious plan to overthrow the government and foment riots and create a fake pandemic, but they also specifically will not risk violating copyrights? Which seems a little bit weird and kind of hard to accept.
Look, there are laws above the law, Dan. There are things that are immutable. Yeah. You can play around in the gray area, but you fuck around with copyright and you're in trouble.
Not just copyright,
I've had my
though.
internet shut off for...
Not just copyright. Another big issue is another big issue is how you raise money. You have to, you may have to just to not look. I mean, if you're sitting there and you aren't showing if you're sitting there and you're not raising money, yet you have this amazing studio and such, people are going to be going, how are you paying for that? How are you paying for the equipment? How are you doing all that? So sometimes just for your cover, you're going to have to set yourself up as a business and such. What happens when that business is starting to make money? And now these things all have to be addressed within that memorandum. And of course, any time you run into a problem that you're really not sure how to solve, well, you can solve it with the signature of an 06 or above. I'm not entirely sure how that's constitutionally good, but these guys don't seem to think that's a problem.
Torrenting. I read some commentaries on this memo, including one published on Army.mil back in September 2009. And they do point out that this view of public relations work under the DoD has the potential to blur the line between public relations and PSYOPs.
Yes. And, oh, by the way, the argument I'm making is it's been made commercially available to influence U.S. elections, and that was verified by this guy in this article, right? So it kind of seems to me like that could be a problem.
Beyond that, it seems like the DoD might be, in this sense, taking on a responsibility that's traditionally been associated with the State Department in terms of engaging in public diplomacy. There are these concerns, but there are also pretty strong caveats that are important to keep in mind when we look at the claims in this film as we go along, particularly about, this document is one of the only things that he has to go on.
Yeah.
What? You see, right? You see why I want to finish this so bad? We're going to, but it's coming up on midnight right now. Tomorrow I got a BERGY-BIT at 7 p.m. I think we're going to, if it's okay with you guys, I think this might be a good time now, coming up on midnight, to actually sign off and do this. Do it maybe a couple hours more tomorrow. Anybody have a problem with that? Does that sound okay? Because are y'all enjoying this? I think it's kind of informative, right? I think it's kind of informative. So let's do that tomorrow. I really appreciate y'all joining in, and I hope y'all had a great weekend, Christmas weekend. Wow, Christmas came around real quick, right? We're coming up on a year now from January 6th, very shortly. There are people that are still in jail from this, and we need to help. We need to get this stuff figured out. This has actually impacted a lot of lives and a lot of things and a lot of people. But I really appreciate everybody who joined in. If I get a little short, a little hard with someone a little bit, sometimes a little short, a little hard, well, you know what I mean. BERGY-BIT 22, gonna be working on that a bit. You know, manage expectations. I'm still a farm boy at heart, but we're stopping right around an hour in this, 55 minutes. So I think I'm gonna pick this up tomorrow, right? Because it actually will work out really well. And if you guys, again, if you can help out, freedomstream.tv, please do. You can order Victim of the Swamp. You can order, you can just help contribute to the general fund once, or you can subscribe. You can name your own price when you subscribe. So you can subscribe for like, I think it was $7.99 a month now. I've actually changed it from $5. And, you know, any suggestions you have, please pass them along. Several people have actually sent me some pretty cool stuff. Some of the things I've actually used in some of the videos I just made. So on that note, I'm just going to, again, thank everyone for their support. Look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. Good night, and God bless everyone.